A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva, as we get ready for the start of another encounter in the Caribbean Airlines Village T10 tournament. And this is the East Zone combined against a new generation All-Stars. East Zone won the toss and they have elected to field first. So the next generation are batting. Let me say good morning to Dylan Carter and Dylan Sharma, rather. Dylan Carter is somebody totally different. And it's a slightly bigger person as well. So Dylan, nice conditions though, not too hot, and a little breeze. Here's the first ball that is cracked away beautifully. That's going to go close to the boundary if it doesn't get there, but it does. Brilliant shot through extra cover for good-looking runs to start proceedings here. And Jiminy Paul, the man getting off the mark.
Well, Jiminy Paul has gotten into that right away. He has dived into that just like Dylan Carter, as you said. Just pitched up, tossed up front, and looking to free his arms on that one and getting his reward for 4.
Yeah, it was a delivery that was pitched up nicely by Sukram, Daniel Sukram, who's opening the bowling. Again, wide, and probably got away with that one there because that was another delivery that was really there for the asking if he could just execute the shot, but he missed out.
Not a great start, not a great 2 deliveries here so far from Daniel Sukram. A bit of a reprieve for him, that second delivery. Short again, and over that point fielder 4 more for Jiminy Paul, who's really enjoying this track early up front today.
Yeah, much too short on that occasion. Again, trying to hit it into the wicket, but it's skidding on. So it's providing what most batsmen want, width and pace on the ball. And all he has to do is to make good enough contact. And you could see it was deliberate. He uppercut the ball over the head of the man at point 4 runs. There he goes again, trying. This is a lot closer to the off stump this time. Missing out on that occasion. Again, way short outside. If he hits, he could be out. Unfortunately, I thought he should have thrown right there the wicket nearest to him, to the keeper, but he decided to go the long way down to the bowler's end, and by that time the batsmen were comfortably home.
It was a priceless few seconds there that he would have wasted going for that other batsman at the other end. It would have certainly been a lot quicker to get that to the keeper's end.
Yeah, but probably the shorter distance with the travel, he could have gotten it there a lot faster. This one is up in the air again. It's going just over the head of the long off fielder. I thought he misjudged it because he seemed to be running in initially, and the ball dropped behind him, and it still didn't go for 6. It actually went for 4.
Well, Alistair Mendoza isn't wasting any time either. He certainly wants to join in on the fun with Jiminy Paul as well. Not the greatest start, putting in your spinner to try to keep things at a slowish pace early on, but now giving them a start that they wouldn't have wanted, the East Zone team.
So that would take the score to 13 without loss after 1. So not a bad start. In fact, it's a pretty good start for the next generation outfit. I'm sure they'll want to capitalize here.
Well, certainly when you start up a T10 game, sent into bat first, team winning the toss, up into bowl first, well, quite happy with the result after having no say in the matter. Not much time to get yourself in these games, always a high-paced affair. A
big outside edge, but it's going to bounce down to we've seen this so many times, the fielder overrunning the ball, and luckily for him on this occasion, he didn't beat him completely, and he ended up getting just a single from it all.
Michael Frederick, the new bowler into the attack from that northern end. Medium pace to get things going. Created a bit of discomfort his first delivery. Now Mendoza to face up to what he's got.
So these two batsmen obviously have a good understanding, but they're both trying to put pressure on the bowlers. And here we go. This one is in the air again. This could be out caught, and that's a good effort. That's a brilliant catch indeed. He was falling, he was running backwards. He wasn't too sure if he would get there, but in the end, he was able to hold on to it and take what turns out to be a pretty good catch in the end.
It certainly was a plan to keep it outside the off stump there. Two fielders in the deep on the offside down at that third man, as well as cover sweeper. So definitely would have wanted to keep that line outside off, and found a good length on this greenish surface here, and good reward up front.
And was that Sukram who took that catch falling down there at point? It was a good catch.
Tremendous catch as well.
Because he was kind of spun around as he was about to take. He didn't look like he was going to get under it properly, but he ended up taking a pretty good catch.
Of course, with those, it's always more difficult to taking that catch, running, getting it from behind you rather than when it's coming towards you. Had to sort of look to the side while he was running.
A very good catch in the end. So you look at it again. They're trying to give himself some room.
And it's a brilliant.
And here's a ball. He's edging and he's gone. That's the first ball faced there by the
That's Canute
Lewis. Yeah, just coming on there, having a go, and the ball hitting the outside edge. And he has to go.
Again, just simple bowling towards the field that he has for the batsman. Canute Lewis, captain, has to go for a duck. A goal and duck as well. Not wasting any of that weekend time before breaking out some duck. Not what the next generation All-Stars would have wanted, especially from their captain. Brilliant delivery there too. Just may have been leaving him a bit off of the seam.
So Frederick has 2 and 2, and I'm sure he'll be anxious to keep it going. It's on a hat-trick. So 14 for 2 it is.
So Liddell Pear, the new batsman, now joins Jiminy Paul as the face that hat-trick delivery, slip in place as well.
This one is hit in the air, but it goes into the gap. It's going to be 2 runs if they hurry, and they do. But it was in the air, so agonizingly close to that extra cover fielder. But he didn't have a chance at it. So 2 runs, hat-trick avoided.
Well, Frederick certainly gave himself a chance there. He pitched it up. He brought those fielders in just a bit, that extra cover he brought up. He had a slip in place just for that delivery, and was certainly not a shot that was in full control from Liddell Pear. Frederick continues.
And again, they all seem like to be, they're so compulsive. Anything that is outside that off them, they just throw the bat at it. If it's short or if it's full, it matters not to them. They're just going to play shots out there. And again, going to get one. They should hurry for a second. They didn't seem too keen on it initially, but they're going to get the second run quite comfortably too.
It was a bit of sloppy feeling that would have sealed the deal on them deciding for that 2. Wasn't quite intent on picking up that ball and allowed them to come through for that 2 quite comfortably in the end, 18 for 2.
Yeah, good over from Fredericks. What a good first over. And he picked up 2 wickets. I think you're going to be happy with that. Now Ramesh Danraj is coming into the attack.
So ringing those changes quickly here. Captain Kevin Lala not wasting any time.
It's so good to Dylan to see that we were able to get a pretty prompt start to proceedings here, because I could tell you there's rain about, and I would imagine there was some rain overnight, maybe early morning here, but I know down by me in the Diego Martin area in the northern region, we had quite a bit of rain this morning.
Even coming into the ground, you could notice that the grass and dirt on the sides of the road leading up to the ground was definitely soaked.
And here he goes. There is no half measures here. He was throwing everything at that one. And, I mean, he missed it. No, it's a dead ball, so I'm not sure what the ball hit. It might have hit him. But it struck him in the face, and that should be a leg by.
Well, hit him in the face, called leg by's game makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because if they're appealing now, I wonder if it's the bat that hit him in the face, or because he swung like his life depended on it. And
a lot of support staff running out there now.
They're probably checking on his good looks to make sure that his face isn't scarred in any way.
Must be said, wherever it hit him, it found a gap. They did send out the field just before this over. 2 mandatory power play overs, and then that 3rd floating over that comes later on. So sent out those 4 fielders before this over.
So he looks like he's getting some kind of attention. That just seems to be causing him a little discomfort and a little concern to his teammates. Now look at it again. He had a big swing. Now the ball is what would have hit him somewhere in the shoulder, maybe from the shoulder onto his face, his cheek, somewhere there. And you look at it again. Look at the almighty swing that he swung here. Missed the ball, and it bounced up, and but it brushed him in the cheek somewhere there. That's where the concern is. But boy, that was an almighty swing.
Yeah, certainly well done to him to take the run afterwards as well.
But this is what I find strange. Why they didn't leave it as a leg by, because, and even, I'm not sure if it brushed the glove or it was the shoulder or something, but it hit something. And so the umpires signaled dead ball, but I would think that they probably would have been, I would think it could have just called it a leg by and ended there. He would still get the treatment. It's not like he was going to be denied treatment. They had completed the single, and so yeah, so since it's a dead ball, it means he has to now go back down to that end to take strike. Talk about rubbing salt in the wound here now. Suppose he gets hit again.
Well, I'm not too sure he would want to face this delivery again.
And that's what I'm saying. You better leave him down at this end, where he might be very much at ease, as opposed to. So now they're sending the helmets out, and which makes a lot of sense. No need to take unnecessary risks.
Well, there's really so many batsmen like to wear the cap when facing spinners, but really is always a concern. The ball could always hit you when it's being fielded and sent back to the keeper or bowler as well.
So he's still not 100% Jimony Paul. Well, they're trying to get the helmet on now. So
That must be why he doesn't like to wear it that much.
Can you show it again? Let me just see it one more time. Yeah, I just want to see why they came up with the decision that it was a dead ball. It had to have struck something to end up where it ended up.
Still trying to figure out why they call it dead ball myself.
Yeah, because and I think we all agree that it brushed his cheek or something, so it hit something. And again, it didn't go straight from the bowler's hand to the pitch to his face. It hit something and deflected onto his face. And so we'll see what happened. Paul still getting some treatment. Now, here's the funny thing. His batting partner, Pierre, is at the striker's end. So it cannot be a dead ball, and the batsmen don't return to their respective creases. So, yeah, because it was Paul who was facing. So they should be changing ends, unless they reverse the call. Now I didn't see every, but I remember seeing the umpire signaling dead ball and basically waving it off. So maybe it's a run, a leg by that they would have considered. Now they're going to go for a quick one here. That's very good running.
Well, it must have been a leg by. No other way that they would have changed strike.
But the score remained 18 for 2. And with this single, it's now going to 19 for 2. So it should be 20 for 2. And here's another lifter. All of a sudden, that delivery just jumped. And both batsmen was just saying, boy, thank goodness we put on the helmet here, because that one jumped from a pretty good length. If you look at it again, Dan Raj is getting the ball to really hop.
Well, that's...
And here's another big swing and a miss. And again, that ball jumped over the stumps. There, Dan Raj probably couldn't believe his luck there. That was very close to the stumps. And again, another well-judged single.
Well, spinners always do like this venue with that variable bounce we see many times here at the NCC. Seeing it in full effectively here today.
And look at the amount of lift he's getting from that delivery. That's not a bad length, but that the keeper was taking that over his shoulder on that occasion. So that ends the over. And that's Paul jumps there. So it's 21 for 2 at the end of 3.
Destination. We had some winners last week, and we want to
add you to the list of winners. Tomorrow is the semi-finals and the finals of the Caribbean Village Cricket Tournament as we await the visitors from Jamaica, Guyana and Antigua as we go into the next stage after tomorrow's winners are crowned.
So T10 Jadu now entering the attack. Left arm spin. Would have seen him bowl in the previous T10 league we had at the end of last year.
And immediately they go after him again. The ball is going beyond the inner ring. And they were all the way down to that third, almost deep point boundary. And the batsmen are able to complete two comfortably.
Jadu has a bit of round arm action, quite a quick few steps that he takes as well.
Again, another powerful drive here.
Really just trying to
he's not prepared to get anything pitched up at him. He's going to have a go.
Jadu here is also trying to just drive it into the surface, not give him too much air.
Another well-judged single because they placed it well away from the fieldsman. This time, drifting into the patch, got away with that one there because that could so easily have gone the distance. Wide is the signal.
He has 5 fielders out in the deep. Cover sweeper long off long on. Deep mid wicket and a deep forward square.
So here is Jamoni Paul, who got struck in the previous over. And he's bowled. Again, just going across the line of the ball this time and paying the price for it. He was, as they say, riding his luck here and never really picked up the line properly. And you could see the angle, the wrong down, bringing the ball in. And he played right across it and was bowled neck and crop.
It's pure wicket to wicket bowling here from T10 Jadu, targeting the stumps and completely demolishing them. Jiminy Paul, bright start he had to his innings, but went downhill since that previous over. When Lewis now strides in, number 46, a well-known number in Trinidad and Tobago cricket. He's not come out with a helmet.
I think you'd be better advised to get one, especially at the top end. Or just seems to be doing a little bit extra there. Nice teasing delivery outside that off stump.
You're really just looking to get that ball to angle in with the wind coming across. More drifted in with a flat trajectory.
And that's hit high in the air. There's a fielder settling under it. This could be another wicket. It is. The catch is taken. And without troubling the scorers, Lewis has to depart. And it's now 28 for 4.
Well, it's the second duck of the innings, and Lewis being that one is again full from Jadu, drifting in with that round arm angle and tried to hit it straight but couldn't get enough distance on it.
So at the end of the over, 4 overs completed. It's 28 now for 4.
Right away, Owen would get off the mark, but he is.
So Ramesh Danraj bowled another wicket. So
Well, so welcome you back here. Another wicket has gone down, and it looks like Peer has to go for 9, bowled all over the place by Danraj.
Well, you take away that first over and would have, with the situation right now, they would be in even worse waters right here. 28 for 4. Danraj created a lot of trouble in his first over. Didn't get any wicket, but kept that pressure on for Jadu to pick up 2 wickets, and now he's come back into the attack and targeting the stumps just as we saw from Jadu. No response there from Peer. 28 for 5. The score is not even halfway through the innings. Well, through the allocated overs as yet.
And it's the new batsman wearing number 17,
Dafanan Bagaloo.
Bagaloo. A bag of loo.
A bag of aloo.
He needs some runs, though. Call it what you want. He wants a bag of runs. That's the main thing. His team needs it more than anything else because they really stumbled here.
I wonder if he had any aloo pies today.
He'll be hoping that he walked with his run-scoring bat. And that is the main thing right now because they've not really been able to post a big total just far. They started well, but they've badly lost their way here now. And Danraj has picked up a wicket. And that's another beauty. It came skidding through and almost broke through there. He just got the bat down in time to avoid it going into the pads. And that's another one just pitching and leaving him. He got bowled on just to beat the outside edge once again, and another wicket goes down. So Danraj really getting the job done here brilliantly. No response here at all from Bagaloo. Played right across that one, and he has to go as well without scoring.
He's been creating an opportunity every delivery that he's bowled, Ramesh Danraj. Hitting turn or bounce, or turn and bounce, and continuing to target the stumps. They have no response for his bowling so far.
Plus the speed at which he's bowling. So there are 2 number 17s, and we have Davanand Bagaloo and we have Dawson, Darius Dawson. So this is going to be interesting here now. They're stuck on 28. And here's another loud appeal, not out, says the umpire, but that was almost another wicket there.
So 28
Dan Raj
is
has really
today, 4 wickets falling
done the
on
damage
28.
in his 2 overs. And this time, right in behind it. And this one is skied up in the air, but once again, just that little extra bounce that Dan Raj is able to generate causes the batsman some discomfort. But finally, they're off that 29 mark. They lost 4 wickets and 28 runs.
Well, it's a magical spell here from Ramesh Danraj. Something you don't see in T10s too often. 29 for 6. Just about halfway through the overs, and well, not a score you would want as team batting. After that first over, things would have looked quite difficult for East Zone, but what a comeback after first over. I think had 3 fours in it.
Yep, they were 13 without loss. Down the wicket he goes, and if anything, there's just a shorten the distance between him and the bowler, and got it under the toe of the bat. That ends the over. What an eventful over it is. It's 30 for 6 at the end of it.
Well, it's coming down the wicket there. Would have been interesting if that was pitched on a length or just back of a length and reared up at him. Brave to be going down the wicket to Danraj. Looks as if it's gonna be Tevon Jadu again.
Yeah, apart from keeping things quiet, he also picked up a wicket. And so
it looks as if they've taken that Fluton power play over. Fielders come in too deep at a deep mid wicket and long on.
and this time they're good smart cricket. Not trying to go across the line of the ball as we saw with Paul in the previous over and lost his off stump. This time Jones just pushed it up on the offside and took a comfortable single. Jadu is doing the smart thing. He's bringing that one of the men in the ring, bringing him in. This could be interesting here. He picked it up. He had a good chance at a run out, but he had to pick up the ball. That's the first thing, and then have a shy at the stumps. But he missed the ball when he dipped to pick it up, and everything else was a moot scenario after that. A single it ended up being. Could have been a lot worse than that. He goes again right across the line. It's almost like he saw his teammate Parrish playing that very shot, and it's like, no mind, I will still play the shot. He went right across the ball, and but I think part of the problem is when they realize that the ball is moving, because he's bowling with this low arm, so it's what we call a round arm action. And the ball, once it moves, then it's like a reflex action. They just try to catch up with it, and by that time the ball has gone through.
He's almost playing that shot as if to prove his teammate right.
No, that is the shot to play.
The thing too that you get with these round arm actions is even when the ball turns, it doesn't really change direction. It's just a subtle movement.
And this time he's trying to play it on the tide. The bowler misses it this time. He and the batsman almost got themselves in a bit of a tangle there. But this is a good spell from Jadu. 2 for 9. Short ball in the air, but again he never really attacked it. Almost as if he felt that one was won there and settled for it. But I'm sure his teammates might have been happy if he was able to attack it, maybe even come up with a catch. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's 35 now for the loss of 6 wickets.
What you consider there, just about 5 runs coming from that over. They did take that as a power play over and didn't really get to capitalize upon that. So even better from Jadu to be able to restrict them while they were trying to salvage something more from this innings. Almost resulted in a wicket from the extra attack in the field.
Yeah, I was just about to make the point. When he brought the fielder in, he was not able to. He should have brought him in a little bit closer, because he was still closer to the 30-meter mark as opposed to the wicket. So the batsman was just prepared to just push and run, when in reality he could have brought him in closer and forced them to at least change their mind. Is this Jason Mohammed, who was being brought into the attack?
Well, not the Jason Mohammed you're all thinking of out there.
There's a big hit and a swing and a miss.
There's almost a stumping chance there as well.
This ODI captain. But this is a different Jason Mohammed.
Held up in the air, and look at it, the amount of turn he got from that one.
Almost looks like a leg spinner, is he?
Well,
Turned it away from him.
yes. It did pitch and turn. The bat was close, but couldn't catch up with it. Spun away from the bat. Full toss. And they go for 1, but they don't seem too keen on the second. He's going to have to hurry here. In fact, he's out by a mile, as they say. They didn't, almost as if it was like an afterthought to go back for the second run. But I tell you what, there are a number of things that went wrong there, and the batsman himself has to take a fair amount of blame for that one, because Darius Dawson was, first of all, he turned blindly. He was grounding the bat with his back to where the ball was, so he had no idea whether the fielder had the ball in his hand or not. And by the time he looked up, saw his teammate running, he just started to run, going back for a second run, but he barely made it to the crease. And by that time, the ball was back with the bowler, and he took his time to remove the bail. So not an ideal situation. And again, those are things that you teach batsmen at a very early age. You have to face the ball at all times, so you know, especially if you're going for a second run, you know if a second run is on or not. But he was turning blindly and paid the price.
That indecision always results in wickets when it comes to these runouts.
And he's out to Marcus Siratan.
Well, that was almost a repeat of that first delivery that he bowled this time. Stumping being successful. Again, pitching it up, enticing them and getting that turn away just enough to miss the bat swing. And that's the 8th wicket down for just 36. Almost barely believe what you're seeing here. 36. Just over a third of the runs coming from the first over alone.
Yep, it's, I don't know, there's like a, it's a T10 tournament, so you know you have to try and score as many runs as possible. But one of the cardinal sins, as we always said in limited overs cricket, is to not bat out your overs. And if you know you already lost half your side, and you still have like 4 overs or 5 overs to go, then it wouldn't hurt for you to take a couple of deliveries just to play yourself in. Even if you take an over and just say, look, let's just take singles and, you know, just stop the rut and just avoid losing too many wickets. But it just seems as if all the batsmen are coming there with a kind of a reckless abandon and they're just making shots.
It's really not working for them here. Definitely saw that intent from them as soon as they came out, wanted to go at every single delivery, and on some surfaces it does work, but clearly wasn't able to adjust to this one here today.
Rick Kotoy swinging, missing, and almost losing his balance.
Seems as if the ball just made plans to spend an entire day with the stumps today.
Cut on a miss there again. So the end of a pretty good over in the end for Jason Mohammed. He seemed to have success like the original Jason. 36 for 8 at the end of the over.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making tamarind ball.
Everyone of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through.
And this is in the air. It could be another.
This one is hit in the air, and the fielder really came around. It was in the air for a long time, and I thought he was going to get to it, but then he just kind of trapped the ball as opposed to putting his hands to catch it. And that might have been another wicket there. So Siratan. And again, Kotoy having a big swing outside the off stump.
Well, everything seems to be going the way of East Zone. Can't put a foot wrong. And that's going up in the air. Low on fielder ran across a long distance, but he couldn't
He
quite
dropped it.
save it in the end.
Yep.
Tevon Jadu, that is.
And but that is a good effort, and I think nobody could fault him on this occasion. The one before, they probably would have been looking at him cross-eyed because he kind of ran around there and then just kind of stood up and the ball dropped right in front of him. But this time that was a good effort with the field. Another cut into the deep for another comfortable single.
That first one must have pumped him up to go harder at the second chance.
Yeah, I would imagine the scream he got from the bowler prompted him into action the second time around.
Of course, not just the bowler, but the captain as well.
Slower delivery, just a beauty, well disguised. Kelvin Latia, just taking a lot of pace off of that one. Again, too short this time, but got away with it, just a single.
Looks like he tried to take some pace off of that one as well, but dropped it just a bit too short. He's certainly still causing batsman to have some issues with his timing there. 43 for 8 now after 8.
So they're starting to tick over a little bit more now. They really stalled. The first wicket went down at 21 on the board. Then the second wicket at 21. So it was 21 for 2. Then the third wicket fell at 28 for 3. And get this, 28 for 4, 28 for 5, and 28 for 6. Then it was 36 for 7 and 36 for 8. So if you're a betting man, you'd probably play doubles today. Something in doubles. Here's one hit, that's going to go down to long off. And just a single.
Well, to be fair, all those numbers you just called out playway numbers.
So if you're a betting man, you could probably stick them in there somewhere.
Try 28 today for sure.
Or 4, because the 4 wickets fell at 28. Mohammed, and a nice little turn there, teasing the batsman. Just giving it a little bit of flight, giving it generous flight actually. Trying to see if the batsman would step out of his crease. Narayan waiting behind the stumps there to punks. There he is again, brilliant delivery, that's well bowled. All the batsmen so far are having real difficulty negotiating Mohammed. All those who he's faced, they seem incapable of playing the spinning ball. There's another almighty swing. It's going to get 1, possibly 2. And the fielder from forward square leg has to go to backward square.
Huge vacant area out there for them to make use of, even if just to squeeze out a few runs.
Yeah, so now they're not going to plug that gap. There's a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a deep square leg who's more forward of square than anything, as there's no backward square. Long off, and a man of the 3/4 of the way out on the point boundary. And this time, he's going. This is going to be a cheeky single taken there. Now, did he get any contact on that one? If he didn't, it could be a wide or a bye. The umpire had the signal, so he might have just gotten a touch onto it, else he could have been out caught by the keeper. Again, a late decision to have a little nibble at it outside the off stump. Luckily for him, didn't get a touch. That ends the over, not a big one, 47 for 8 at the end of it, 9 completed. So with 1 over to go, Dylan, think they need some big hitting.
Well, at this point, they don't have much of a choice.
But then they have, look at how many wickets down. Huh?
Just the last over to go now.
So you might as well go for broke. Try and see how many you can get. And again, a big swing and a miss. Now, if you look at the batsmen, they're swinging, but they're swinging and sort of pulling away. So it's almost like they're making the shot, but they're ending up down the leg side and not really going towards the ball. And, having real difficulties here negotiating the speed or lack thereof.
He's certainly skillfully changing up his pace and even playing around with the lengths that he's bowling.
So Kevin Lartia doing an amazing job here. 3 dot balls in this over so far. Make that, this one is hit out into the deep. There is a man out there. They're going back for the second run. They'll get it too because he didn't pick it up the first time. And that because of the distance that he's out away from the wicket. 2 runs always on the cards. 49 now for 8. Played up into the offside. That's going to bring up the 50. So they limp to 50 with 1 ball left in the innings. And Lartia not for 10. And this one is in the air. He could be out caught. No, they decide against attempting to rush in to take the catch. And they'll be happy to concede the single. 51 for 8 at the end of their 10 overs. And you would have to say the happier of the 2 teams must be the East Zone Dylan, who won the toss, asked the opponents to bat first and then limited them to 51 for 8.
Well, brilliant display from East Zone. Comprehensive bowling from each bowler that was in the attacker. Full team effort from them. And fielders well. Fielders supporting them fully. So East Zone are going to have a target of 52 to go out in the second innings. So do hope you join us back in just about 10 minutes or so.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. Yeah. I say home is where the heart is. Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a pass through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home. Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a pass through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making tamarind ball.
I say home is where the heart is. Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a pass through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy liten dammamol.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Check 1, 2.
Let us welcome you back here. We're getting ready for the reply. We get to see the batsmen emerge. But Dylan, it's a simple act of 52 runs.
A very simple chase for East Zone in theory. Have to see how the next generation All-Stars go about planning out their bowling. Gonna take quite an effort from them to restrict East Zone.
Looks like Jonathan Narain is heading out together with Danraj. Ramesh Danraj. So after Danraj did some damage with the ball, he's back looking to continue to inflict more pain on the next generation.
Certainly looking to have his impact with the bat after having his impact with the ball. He's not shying away from surface that provided him with that excessive bounce and quite some consistent turn.
And his partner in crime here is Jonathan Narine, who also did a pretty good job behind the stumps. So he had that very quick stumping.
His part was also quite integral. It's always important to have a skillful keeper when you're bowling such difficult spin to deal with for the batsman. It's also going to be difficult for the wicket keeper to read.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job. Yeah, you can't fault him. He was very tidy behind the stumps. I think he had one by, and coming down in the dregs here, and that was as a result of a near bowl down.
It's going to be Dan Raj to take first strike.
And it looks like it's Jiminy Paul who's well, actually no, Paul is yes, it looks like Paul who is going to pick up the attack.
Is Paul, so when Dan Raj bowled to Paul, well, remember what happened. Now Jiminy Paul getting his chance to bowl back at Dan Raj.
Revenge.
So it's going to be peace here from Paul.
Bowling from the wrong end though, because that was the end that the ball seemed to be doing all kind of funny things up at that top end. Let's see what he can do now. Pulled away, but it's in the air. This could be out. And actually the fielder didn't see the ball. He was running in and the ball was actually going over his head. He never saw the ball at square leg. And
three fielders running after it and almost dissected three of them perfectly.
now look at it, but if you see the fielder, the cameraman is following the ball. This fielder here, he was still running forward and the ball was just sitting up in the air there. Another short ball, but didn't pay the price this time.
It's certainly going to be difficult to pick up the ball in these conditions as it stands, as been overcast for the majority of the morning. Sun has come out a few times here and there, but it's a mix of grey overcast clouds as well as a lot of white clouds dispersed as well. So same color as the ball is going to be a bit more difficult than would be with blue skies.
I think the batsman is, Dan Raj is asking for a new bat. He doesn't seem happy with the one that he has.
Seems a bit of a wardrobe malfunction as well with his pads.
Well, he has on one black and one red. So, and he has on white boots, so I think he's staying with the Trinidad colors down there.
Well, looks more pink than red to me.
Well, so it seems as if, well, sometimes the bat could break up at the handle, and that's where he seems to be the way the problem is for him.
You see on his back nickname Rami, Ramesh Rami Danraj.
And it looks like the wicket keeper is Owen. So, and there's another short ball pulled away, but This time he can't get a run. Change of bat. No run. And that is a wide. Well outside the reach of the batsman.
So,
Dylan, are you looking at the clouds?
well, I have been all morning.
Yeah.
I did see
It's
some.
like they're circling the ground. You know,
That is always a concern here when they do start to circle.
the
Almost
good
never
thing
goes
is there's
away.
some to the north of us. There's some blue skies. This one is cutting and just over the head of the man at point, down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. The short third man just at the edge of the circle, and the ball just got enough on it, Dan Raj, to take it over the head of the fielder, Siratan, down to the boundary for 4.
Was ever so close to him there. Continuing to go just back of a length, Jiminy Paul. Trying not to put too many balls in the batsman's half of the pitch.
So they're just making another adjustment. Jones going wide at backward point on the boundary. That's another wide. Owen doesn't collect it, and it's going to run down the hill for 4 byes. Well, is it wides he signaled? 4 wides. I think the umpire signaled wide.
This
Yep.
one is
So-
wide, signal
From this
wide,
angle,
will
it did
run to
look
the
like it
boundary as well.
was on the correct side of that wide line to be called wide. Also, as well as you mentioned, that fielder deep point, there's other fielder outside the 30-yard circle at long on, so not particularly looking to keep it offside all the time.
Cut away nicely. There is a fielder out there. He's has some work to do. He's doing well to get to the ball. He does exceptionally well in his own way. Probably not the prescribed manner that the coach's manual will tell you. But Jones, full of running out there, ran past the ball and then kind of pulled it back before going into the ropes. When you would have thought that he would have been better off just running, timing his run, and intercepting the ball. But all's well that ends well. Another short one. This one is hit hard. Jones is there, and immediately he does the fielding very well. Kind of slipped when he was throwing the ball. He might have hurt himself, but he survives. It's the end of the over. 15 from it. 15 without loss after 1.
So, pretty big over to start for the batting team in both innings. He's soon 15 this time around, was 13 in that first innings. See those Caribbean Airlines signs flapping in this breeze.
Look at the back of the flyers that we were talking about. You can just see the cloud build up. Actually, those are the clearest ones you're going to see, because to the back of us and to the left of us it's a lot darker, and I want to believe it might be raining.
Well,
It's
it certainly
going west.
was, because when I went outside between innings, I saw, well, the rain basically falling from the clouds down towards Gilbert Park direction.
It's funny, sometimes you play on this side of the highway, brilliant sunshine over in Presal, just over the highway there, pouring rain, and vice versa. You know, sometimes you could play over there and you can't play here, or you could play here and you can't play down at Gilbert Park, which is what, 20 minutes, a 20-minute drive from here.
Well, depending on the traffic.
By the speed at which you drive, that might be a 10-minute drive.
You might have me mixed up with someone else.
Outside of the legs, and that's going to be called our wide, Mendoza.
So it's interesting with the way the geography of the central region is set up. Rain is not as predictable as it might be in San Fernando and Port of Spain.
And there's an appeal, not out, says the umpire. It's a good delivery. doesn't seem like he's putting too much effort into his bowling, but he pitched that one quite nicely. Too high, way too high. Short ball, this one is hit, it's in the air, but it's going to fall safely.
Brings Jonathan Narayan on strike, his first delivery of the innings. He's going to face now.
Yeah, he was a virtual spectator in that first over.
Left-handed, so a few fielding adjustments being made. Sending back his long on and his deep mid wicket. Remaining over the wicket.
Cut away nicely. This could be a couple runs here. If they hurry, they go for one. They're going to go back for the second. He's going to have to hurry the return just a little bit late. Just dragging Owen away from the stumps. And he didn't take it cleanly in the end. So whatever anxiety the batsman had quickly dissipated.
I don't think that was really the most intense run in here from Jonathan Narayan either. Seemed like he was ambling back for the second run. But bit of misfielding made sure that they were safe. Just talking to the umpire there. Some sort of concern.
Let's see if he's comfortable now. He did have the umpire take a look at his bat for whatever reason. Maybe the grip might have been slipping out. Let's see what happens here now. If Mendoza could pick up pepper for the next generation. Short again, pulled out, cut away nicely. Good, brilliant fielding. And certainly he's not giving up. Even though things are not looking that good for them at the moment, but their fielders are doing a pretty good job. At least some of them are trying to keep things tight.
Good intensity in the field for the most part.
And that one is happened. That's a brilliant shot. That one goes speeding away to long off for 4 runs. He just went down on one knee and then with a nice sweet swing of the bat, clobbered it through extra cover for 4 runs.
That was too wide. There was no protection on the boundary for him there, and allowed Danraj to just open up, free up his arms and clear that infield quite easily. 24 runs on the board now.
So they're well on their way to that 52-run target for a victory. Short ball. This one is hit. This is going, gone. 6 runs. He got under that one and he lofted it brilliantly. Is that the first 6 of the match?
This one is in the air, but will
it
it
is.
go all the way? Yes, it
Dropped
does.
it too short there, did Mendoza. Up until that 4 was hit, it was a pretty good over. He was bowling quite slowly and pitching it up to try to tuck them up for room, but one was a bit too wide and then lost his length thereafter. 4 and 6 quite easy there. And he's sort of dancing just like that dancing character on screen there.
Yeah, not the perfect end to the over. As a result, it's 30 without loss.
Change of bowler from that northern end. Wanting to slow things down. Narayan, who's been more of a spectator, more of a supporting role here in this partnership.
This looks like Davanand Bagu. And it's going to have to hurry here, but the return is into the ground. So just a little window there for a possible run out, but by the time he fielded it and returned it, he bounced it a couple times to the keeper.
Easy single in the end. You certainly want your closer infielders a bit more intense than that.
Short ball, that too is pulled away nicely. That's gone a long way for another maximum. And so he's not messing around now. And almost as if he's saying, now is the time. And Dan Raj is really making merry here with some short and really lollipop bowling, as they say.
Oh, definitely. Well, not a good start to the over here by Devanand. Dan Raj, doesn't matter to him who they throw at him, he's gonna go hard at it. And what a difference it makes just knowing that target and being confident in that stroke play. You know you have that small target, and it's a polar opposite as far as what we saw in the previous innings.
No adjustment to the field out there, and guess what? It's down there again. Go fetch. And this time he hit it for 4. So they are racing towards this victory target now. It's up to 41 now without loss, so they need another 11 runs to complete a victory. And we only in over number 3.
Well, Devanand Bagaloo halfway through his over, and things are looking ever so much closer to the end. There's an interesting run up and action as well. You can touch on that. Comes in at quite an angle.
Yeah, but again, the captain has refused to give him some kind of protection out there. It might be better off taking off the long off and putting him out there. Here he goes again. This one goes in the air, but just out of the reach of the man at short square leg. And they're going to be happy with just the 1 run. But you could see him going for broke again. His eyes lit up when he saw another careless delivery outside of his legs.
Well, wouldn't really blame him at this stage of the game for just going at everything. 10 more runs to be gotten.
Narayan trying to swing. No. But maybe the umpire felt it was close enough to the stumps. Nice, a good shot. Lifting it deliberately down to backward point. Down to the boundary it goes. That's 4 runs.
Well, shot on Narayan. It's not much to do, but this one right in his hitting arc, and what a wonderful execution of that lofted drive through the covers. 46 without loss, rollicking towards this target and looking as if they're gonna do it without any wickets falling.
Yeah, it's only 3 overs gone. It's 46 on the board already. So they just need 6 runs. And they have 42 balls. If you're a betting man, who would you bet on?
I'd bet on Ramesh Danraj.
He can end it in 1 swing. he looks full of intent here. And we'll see how he is going to approach this, but he clearly looks as if he wants to end this out.
Well, pretty much fully responsible for that 4-wicket shift.
Canute Lewis.
Oh, left arm here. Is this left arm orthodox or unorthodox we're going to see?
And a big swing misses, and it misses the keeper as well.
I think it was just left arm medium pace in the end.
So you get a bite. So that brings it down to 5 runs now.
Certainly got a bit of shape on that delivery. Was quite full, so give it.
And edging, this is going to run down the hill. That's going to do it. That's going to bring up the boundary. It's also going to bring up victory. That brings it to 52 without loss in 3 overs and 3 balls. 52 without loss. And East Zone win, and they win handsomely by 10 wickets. More importantly, look at how few overs they used up to get those 52 runs.
Well, does this tournament have net run rate? This would have been a net run rate dream for any team. Ramesh Danraj, by no doubt, no one would go against calling him the man of the match. Was pretty much a one-man show when you consider the full match. Bowling was a full team effort, but in factor in the batting, he was quite brutal and brought his team home early, giving them an early lunch and having a brilliant game for himself, ending off with a bit of finesse to add to his power. So East Zone win this game by 10 wickets in that 4th over, and that's the end of the first game here today. Match number 2 scheduled to get underway in about an hour's time. So do stay tuned for coverage of that.
I was just trying to see where he ended up, and but the 52 runs that they needed, they got that in 3.3 overs, and but I'm not seeing his individual score. We could find that individual score so we could give him his full due. He batted beautifully. He's getting all the congratulations, deservedly so as well. And Jonathan Narain, I think he was 35 not out. That's a pretty good effort on his part, and a convincing victory, as Dylan said, for the East Zone team.
2 for 4, I believe it was. 2 for 4, 5.
And I would think that Danraj would be the man of the match. I don't think anybody will even challenge that at this point in time. So a fine victory for them. So stay tuned. We'll be back with another game coming up in a short while.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. All right. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Everyone
have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making tamarind ball.
Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home. Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making tamarind ball.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making tamamolo.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our. Yeah.
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a pass through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home. Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making tamamolo.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our.
Enjoy making time, amor.
I say home is where the heart is. Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home. Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making time, amor.
I say home is where the heart is. Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to. They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
morgen.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat of your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Ball is out.
more.
I say home is where the heart is. Everyone of a place that they're attached to. They beat of your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Everyone of a place that they're attached to. They beat of your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home. Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Everyone of a place that they're attached to. They beat of your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy lite dammemor.
I say home is where the heart is. Everyone of a place that they're attached to. They beat of your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making tamamolo.
Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making tamamolo.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
damer målet.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home. Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy lite damer målet.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy leken damemålet.
Everyone of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is.
Everyone of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home. Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is.
Everyone of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy leken damemålet.
I say home is where the heart is.
Everyone of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy leken damemorgen.
Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy leken damemorgen.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I
get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making damn more of it.
Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making damn more of it.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat at your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Welcome back as we continue our coverage here of the Caribbean Airlines Village T10 tournament. And we getting teams qualifying. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. So today's matches will go a long way. And we have the All-Stars Cricket Club up against McBean Sports. McBean are batting. Let's say good evening to Dylan.
Good afternoon, Ruskin and everyone. Bean Sports being sent in to bat here in the second encounter of the day. The Stars would have won the toss and opted to bowl first. Amrit Kistor with a bit of medium pace from that northern end. Captain Ricky Suchan fronting up right away.
Pulled away, but in the air and just dropping a little bit short of the fielder at wideish middle on there, but just a one run could so easily have gone to hand. Ricky Suchan.
Well, a bit dodgy to start up here, but off the mark, getting batter ball Ricky Suchan and still out there. Brandon Hariluchan, left-handed batsman, now takes strike. Kistow looks as if he's going to stay over the wicket.
Short ball, and here he goes pulling at it. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire, and then he just signals that it's actually one bumper for the over.
Well, I'm sure he was appealing for the catch, but mightn't have been appealing for the edge. Looked as if there was enough space to fit that highway between bat and ball.
Don't tell a bowler that. Every time he appeals, he should get a wicket. Driven nicely. Goes through the man at cover. That's going to be 4 runs.
You always get this in power play phase, pitching it up and
This one is
batsman
driving
looking
low and will beat the
to
ball.
try his
Field
luck
line will go to the
behind the
boundary
wheel.
for
Brandon Hariluchan off to a good start. Two fielders outside the 30-yard circle at a third man and sweeping on the cover boundary.
That's a better delivery. And that one took off on pitching. Batsman very late, Harry Lochan.
That's certainly where Amrikista would want to be. Be interesting to see how ball behaves when the bowlers come from the other end, given what we saw in the first game.
Again, the line is pretty good, and but good running. And immediately on playing it, they took off. So Harry Lochan adds another one, so he goes on to 5. Suchan is on 1. It's the end of the first over. It's 6 without loss.
Of course, this is the Caribbean Airlines Village Cricket T10 tournament. Not too many spectators in as yet, as you could see. But surely all of you out there would want to get down here and witness some of this T10 action. Many other activities to keep you occupied as well.
So we have a new bowler, and we're in the number 54.
So that's Christian Ramrup.
Is the man.
Some more right arm piece, this time round the wicket.
And immediately it runs. This one could go to the boundary as well as it rolls into that boundary. And 4 good-looking runs there down to that wideish backward point. He just guided it down there. He didn't try to hit it too hard. Stayed on top of it. And Harry Lochan picks up a well-deserved boundary.
Real good batsmanship here from Harry Luchan. So in that previous over, he was driving skillfully. This time just waited on it to come to him and found that gap quite delicately as well. 2 fielders patrolling the boundary. Well,
in the air this time, but that it's a safe edge. That's an educated edge. It goes where no fielders are, down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 runs.
Again, looking to utilize all the vacant area in the field. No one was in his way, and ball sped off to the boundary for 4 more.
A little bit fortuitous that he got that boundary, but they all count. And as I said, I made a point with it, and I said, well, if you're going to pay $2,000 for a bat, you might as well use the edge. I was put in my place to suggest that that would be a very cheap bat. And so if I'm going to pay more than that, you better believe I'm using the edge. No self. There he goes again. This time it's going down to the man at long off, and he's going to take the catch. And simple catch in the end. Alex Ali running around there and takes a sitter. So that is the end of Harry Lochan on this occasion, fetching one outside the off.
Well, not what you want to see from Harry Luchan. Was going so well for him up until that point in this over, and in the innings so far was looking quite adept at the crease, not just looking for power, and this time a bit better from Ramrub, just dropping that length back a little bit. Harry Luchan looking for that cross-batted shot, and ball only finding the bottom half of the bat, and then finding that fielder at cover there.
There's Ali running back.
Alex Ali there at mid-off. So Anul Siluchan now comes in to join Ricky Suchan.
They obviously they're trying to post a target, and that's one of the, how should I say, one of the difficulties when you're trying to set a target. You don't know how hard to go sometimes. If you're chasing, you could gauge, and you could pace your innings. Here you're just trying to add as many runs as possible. Hence the reason why sometimes we see some very reckless shots, but we also see them in abundance or in quick succession.
Of course, it could do you a bit of good as a team to look at sort of past scores that they would have gotten last week. Same ground, similar sort of surface. Would want to sort of work towards some of those totals that they know are gettable, rather than looking to just hit out. If you have an understanding of the ground that you're playing on, the surface that you're dealing with, then make more educated options to get to that target.
And he wants a single, but can't get it. Good anticipation there from Ramrup.
So 2 boundaries for Ramrup, hit back with that wicket and closes off the over in quite supreme fashion. 2 dot balls. Score after 2 overs now is 14 for 1.
Not a bad over when you consider, because not only did he get the wicket, but he kept them in check for a long period, and that's kind of like more of what the captain would like at this point in time. You don't want to be leaking too many runs, especially early in the innings, because then they get momentum to go.
Seen some freebies being given out in the crowd. Of course, if you get yourself down here, you can look forward to many of those.
Is this Kisto who's going to continue, or is this another bowler from that top end?
Does look like Kisto to continue. Fielders now spread out some more.
And immediately falls on a good line, a good tumbling save there to deny them what would have been at least 2 runs. Had it gone past them, it would have been going close to the boundary, but they're able to pull it back.
Good intensity from the fielders inside the circle supporting the bowler. Has a sort of a fly slip in place, and Blake, number 69. Ismail Blake.
And again, they're going to get a comfortable single here. Just turning it on the onside. Not trying to hit it too hard. Again, as we've seen on many occasions, some batsmen just go hard at every delivery. These two are taking their time a bit, trying to pick their spots. And that's a good delivery. A little bit of movement coming back at him and forcing him to defend it.
Been a good opening so far from Amr Kisto. You can see that fielder down there at long on, just almost between those two Caribbean Airlines signs.
Short ball, and this is punched away nicely, and it's going to bounce and roll into that wide third man boundary, and that's 4 runs. Good looking uppercut. Suchan did very well there.
He placed and timed it quite well. 2 fielders deep on the offside at that fly slip, and also at a deep cover he was able to get it in between those quite well. Never stood a chance of ever cutting it off or taking any catches.
And again, they might have had a single there, but again, this time Suchan was caught ball watching. He was looking at the ball, which was behind him, when all he had to do was listen to the call from his teammate, his partner.
2 fielders relatively close there at that point region as well.
This time he's driving and he's out caught. Good catch again. Trying to go past that third man region. Hit it hard, but then he hit it straight to the man fielding there at that sort of short third man position, wide-ish. And he has to go. That looked like Suklal taking a good catch there.
Well, they had those 2 fielders in close proximity in that region for a reason. Seems as if they had a plan to get him dismissed there. He does seem to favor playing those offside shots as we saw previously from that uppercut. And this time straight into the hands of that fielder there. So 2nd wicket down now for McBean Sports.
This is 20 for 2 now. So they've lost both of their openers. So is it Hanuman Moonsamy might be the batsman. making his way out. So you had Amrit Kiston, and now you have Amrav Kiston.
Well, I did see Amrit Kiston in action last week Sunday for one of the matches that the All-Stars would have played, but did not see Amrav Kiston in action for that game. So interesting to see what he is gonna deliver here. Does look as if he's gonna bowl some leg spin. Helmets off there now for Anil Silo-chan.
And he gets that on the full. You know, it might be a no ball. We wait to see for height. But no signal from the umpire, so it's all good.
No signal for the umpire. Hopefully it's not the same for his phone. Hanuman Moonsami now just marks his guard.
Goes for a little stroll, obviously. Big occasion for him. And he's touching this one. This is just push and run. And that's exactly what he does to get off the mark here.
It's a real intent from the fielders as well after that ball. Looks as if they just ran at it.
And this is, again, pitching up, but again, the running between the wickets not ideal. No pressure on the fielder. So they settle for one.
Well, we also wouldn't want to see any runouts like what we saw this morning.
Yeah, they certainly didn't help themselves with their running between the wickets. Here they go again. This could be interesting. And he hit the wicket, but not out. I thought the batsman was safely in. Although it took a little while to develop there. But this is good work from the bowler, Amrav Kiston. Followed up his own bowling. And underarms it to the keeper. Hits the stumps.
Just as I speak about those possible runouts, you just seem to tease us a bit with that likelihood. All well in the end.
Chopped away nicely. This is going to run close to the boundary. In fact, it's going to go into the backward point boundary for 4 runs. That was very well played. He came down on it nicely, got it away from the fielder at short backward point, and once it goes through, there's nobody out there to stop that. 4 runs.
That's really good batting here from Silo-chan. As you were saying, you don't have to go after every ball. Once it poses a bit more danger, as far as how you see it when it's coming at you, you don't have to play it lofted.
And again, and more of the same. There's a man running around from cover, but he is ready, just running to retrieve the ball. He had no chance of cutting that one off. Das, and that's 4 runs again.
Just a bit too short on these occasions here from Amrav Kiston to close out that over. Well taken advantage of from Silo-chan, understanding batting to the 2 for 2 after 4 overs. Been quite even up until this point.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent over. In fact, he started well in the over, and then he just kind of leaked those 2 boundaries in the dregs. Amrav Kiston. So you can see the intent here. So we have a new bowler, Ramrup, Tishan Ramrup.
I believe he's too short there and cut nicely down to that fielder at deep cover. Tishan Ramrup, I believe, is also the captain of this team.
So you have Tishan Ramrup and you have Christian Ramrup, just like you have Amrit Kistov and Amrav, another short ball, and that is a wide. Short and wide, batsman had to try and fetch it. In the air, it's coming, the fielder is trying to get under it and he just couldn't get it. And would you believe it eluded him and his teammate who was running around. One was coming to his right, the other coming in the opposite direction to his left. The ball pitched and it spun away from the first man who was coming in from long on, and the man at deep mid-wicket was coming to his left. The spin beat him too.
Well, did them both, and they just looked at each other in the end and said, well, look forward to the next one.
There's another good shot, but big chase going down, and they'll come back for a second run. And there's almost a chance of an overthrow. Nobody was backing up until, in the end, Kiston, Amrav ran around and protected the possibility, or denied them the possibility of an overthrow. And again, he's really trying to, almost like a tennis shot, trying to smash it. But the height is uncomfortable for him.
It looks as if Ramrup is almost trying on purpose to bowl it to get that extra bit of bounce because he knows it's troubling him.
And this time he's going again. There's another man trying to settle under it, and he takes the catch this time. No mistake on this occasion.
Approaching the midway point of the match, the innings. This one is hit.
Like I said to the ball, fool me once, shame on you.
And
But
he
second
scores.
time around, into my hands. Third wicket down for McBean Sports, 41 for 3. So Hanuman Moonsami is going to have to depart now. So they keep getting those wickets at regular intervals, but the runs do continue to flow. Good fighting innings from both sides so far. Went a bit fuller with that one. Bit of air on it and couldn't get as much distance as he would have liked Moonsami, and easily into hands of long on.
So McBean will welcome Akim Chandler at the crease.
He goes because Moonsami was caught. Looking for a big one.
So Dylan Rajkumar, left-hander at the crease, now joins Anil Silochan, right-hander. So a bit more in the field for fielders as they're going to have to adjust to left and right hand again. Tishan Ramrup, the captain, successful in his first over, 1 ball to go. Well, actually no, he is right-handed, so ignore that.
And he's having a go outside the off stump. There is a stifled appeal, but the umpire is not interested. And that will end the over. And at the end of it, 41 for 3 now after 5.
McBean Sports sent him for 3.
So Siu Chan made 6-13 to Harry Lo Chan.
Dylan Das into the attack from the southern end.
Operating from the southern end, the new bowler, Dylan Das, to pick up the bowling.
He's going to try to keep things as tight as possible, no doubt. See if he could restrict McBean.
Chandler getting it off the mark, so the Chandler is facing his own.
Pitches up outside that off stump nicely, but timing, no connection there with the ball, misses it completely.
In the attack. This one signaled wide.
Let's do that one again. Again, reaching for it one. This time he makes some contact, and it's going to get an easy single. And I think at some point they're going to have to commit to probably being a little more aggressive with the running. The ball is so far from the wicket that there is always the possibility of a second run.
It has looked as if they just seem to want singles right through the innings. You can't be leaving those runs on the table.
Yeah, because you can't get them back once the inning comes to a close. This is hit. They were trying to hit it hard. Peels off a thick outside edge.
Raj come off the mark now.
Yeah, they have to somehow get a move on here. Singles aren't going to do it for them. And that's more like it. Although it's risky, they're going to get some runs. Possibly a boundary. No, they won't. But they'll settle for 2.
Better run on that occasion, but it was always an easy 2.
Need some sixes.
And that's trying to pepper that line there. Hasn't really deviated from it much. He's asking them to come outside the off stump, come out there and make your shots out there. And this time, this is better. This one goes over extra cover. That's going to be 4 runs. He showed him the ball probably once too often, and he made the pay.
Too easy there. An invitation from the bowler for batsman to free his arms and open up there, and did it. Took the invitation and showed up to the party.
Yeah, so good way to end the over. That brings up to 50. So nothing like a big boundary. Either you get it early in the over or you get it late in the over. That could help settle you down a little bit. The thing is, in a lot of these games, we're seeing captains go like 8 bowlers deep sometimes, even though they don't have to. But I suppose it's all part of their strategies.
Yeah, I think one of the main strategies a lot of T10 coaches, captains like to go with is just to keep them on their toes, never let them get accustomed to one bowler.
Yeah, they always try to mix it up as much as possible. Is it Nikolai Billy? The field is nicely spread. Good protection for him. Doesn't have anything down behind square though. So he has to stay away from the pads as much as possible. Because there's only a fine leg there, short, and if the ball is past him, and he's bowled him. He went outside of the leg stump trying to hit it through the offside, and just like that, Billy picks up a pepper.
That was as on target as you could be with any field set. First ball, first wicket, and made it look as easy as it could. Bowler, that is. So Dylan Rajkumar only able to add one more run to his name. I know Silo Chana has been holding this innings together while others have come and gone.
Look at it again. He's just putting it on time. He just missed the ball completely. He's trying to hit it straight. But missed out on that occasion.
1 for 6 in his first over. Ball.
So it certainly is going to be, but now we see Akim Chandler stroll into the wicket.
New batter is Dylan Rajkumar. It's gone.
And immediately he is driving and is getting off the mark nicely. So Akim Chandler, they're going to come for a quick single, and if he hit, he was going to be out. He was going to be out by some distance too. But talk about taking risk there.
Put together decent total this morning.
Yeah, they're going to run quickly here. Try and look at how far he was out of his crease when that ball passed the stumps. That could have been another curtain there for McBean. Drive in. Again, this is simple run out. Well. And the wicketkeeper is all smiles there, Akil Clark. But bad miss there. Akim Chandler drove it hard into the covers and then took off, only to find that his teammate is standing next to the umpire gesticulating at him, and that he has to make that long dejected walk back after being run out for one.
Well, Silo Chan was almost staring at him as if to say, well, you don't expect me to run myself out here. I've been piling up the runs. Akim Chandler has to go back for one as well. That's the 5th wicket down now for McBean. Never great to see a run out occur like that.
Yeah, it's always disappointing. But they're going to have to keep going here. There's no looking back now. Ramkir Singh, Antonio. And the opportunities here for somebody to come and play a big innings for them. But right now they need it. Need to see if they could get close to 100. Again, cutting very close and much too close to him to play that cut shot. Probably better advised just standing behind the ball and maybe opening the face on contact.
Well, one thing you would say, it has had inconsistent bounce throughout the day, more so when bowling from the southern end, but
And again, another big swing and a miss. So valuable overs going by here and not able to really change gears, which is what is required at this stage now. 52 for 5 now after 7.
generally though it seems when bowlers pitched on a length, it's been quite difficult to get away. Especially from the pacers. The spinners, of course, have had varying ways throughout the day so far of getting their wickets.
Yeah, we still see there's a nice little breeze blowing across the ground. As I was saying, Dylan, we might actually escape today without any rain.
Well, there wasn't too much on the forecast when I checked.
So Antonia Ramkes Singh is out there trying to hold an end with Anol Silochan.
So a change of ends for Nikolai Billy.
We're going to have another little stoppage here because the batsman needs a helmet. So again, just part of the game today where the helmets are ferried on and off the field almost every over. When the situation changes, if there's a fast bowler at one end and a spinner at the other end, they'll naturally go with the caps to face the spinner, and then they will call for the helmet once the quicker bowler is operating.
It's actually Ahmed Kistow into the attack. Still a change of ends.
Yeah, he bowled the first over. This one is just pushed away. This is good running. Gonna get an easy single. Oh, in fact, he's run out. Well. The batsman just seemed so casual as he played the ball into the offside, took off, and would you believe it, he is run out. There was a direct hit from in the covers, and Ramkes Singh goes for a duck.
So it's actually Silo Chan who has been run out here.
Yes, it's Silo Chan. He took his time. Watch at him, he's running, and then he just seemed to give up, and he is run out for 26.
Well, I'm almost wondering if he felt bad for running his partner out earlier, that he just gave up on that one. No reason for him not to go a bit more intensely and try to ground the bat. Seemed as if he wanted to hold the bat up in the air on that occasion. Also, that could have partially been influenced as well by this being the floating power play over as well. More fielders inside that ring, but pretty sure the batting team would have called for that power play, so he would have known. But again, that floating over resulting in a wicket, very attacking.
And there's the bounce that we were talking about from on this wicket.
Each of a delivery just to follow up that run out. Again, just gave up on that run. No other way to put it.
16 deliveries to go in this innings.
Too wide this time from Kistow.
Yeah, he started wide and it stayed wide.
Up the ante here.
But the runs have dried up, literally. Just that I say so, they say, look at this. 4 runs. Brilliant shot indeed down behind point. Again, not trying to hit it too hard, but placed it beautifully into the gap.
He dissected those two fielders at the
ball.
point as well. It's right through the gap.
Now again, it's good cricket because it's taking what the bowler gives you. You're not trying to manufacture runs by playing big audacious shots. You're just kind of playing within your limits and just cashing in. They give you width, you take the width. And that bounce again, that is so disconcerting.
Certainly say it's a better batting display, a better adjustment to the surface than what we saw in that first game. Looking more to hit it on the ground and through the gaps as much as they can, rather than going for those lofted shots every single delivery.
Not working out. This time he gets it over the top and he's going to get another boundary.
Well, he's teased that same fielder multiple times in this over. First he placed that ball through him and his partner, and this time just above the fingertips.
Hey, they need them, they desperately need them, so how they come doesn't matter. The fact that they come is of paramount importance right now.
Certainly, let's see the first inning scores that we saw in the first match, as well as what we see in developing here. It is a slightly more difficult surface than last week, but as we saw in the chase of that first game, still very much battable.
Let's see if he could tidy up here. And he goes again. That's an even better shot now over the head of the extra cover fielder. The man at mid-off cannot get around. And that's 4 good looking runs again
This one is in the
for
air and safe. Will run away to the boundary for
Ramkir
4.
Singh as he continues to push on here. He's up to 12 now, and it's 65 for 6.
So 13 runs coming from that floating power play over. So good use of the over by McBean Sports after that run out first ball.
Yeah, so they're still fighting here, still trying to make a fist of it, as we say, trying to post a sizable total or as big a total as they possibly can. It's probably not going to be anywhere near what they would like or what they'll feel comfortable with. But sometimes they say runnings on the board, that could make all the difference.
Sunshine joins us as well, but certainly would want to push along to maybe 85, 90. They can.
And again, a big hee-ho, as they say, outside the off stump there. Tishan Ramrup is back into the attack. And again, this time,
This one is a wide.
it's going to have to do that over.
66 for 6. McBean Sports. 11 balls to go to close the innings. This one
And nicely played again. Into the gap it goes. There's a long chase. Just going to overhaul it inside the boundary. And the batsmen are going to scamper back for a second run. And then he's out. Well, would you believe it? It has happened again. Well.
Well, I don't believe it.
That throw came from about a meter inside the third man boundary. Now look at it. They go for one. It's a long chase.
That's not a lightning fast outfield.
And they return and they go for the run. Now look at it. Both batsmen almost ended up in the same crease and then trying to get there. Well. That looked very close indeed. And he probably feels a little aggrieved because it looked like he might have just gotten his bat down in time. But Reynolds has to go.
Well, Alessandro Reynolds couldn't get going. Miscommunication between him and Anthony. Never wanna. Well, they say never running a misfield, but I don't even know how much of a misfield that was. It was just a bit of a slow field.
Ram Udit.
Anthony on strike though.
Cutting and missing. So Amudit is the new batsman. What an unfortunate run out. This time he is making better contact. That's a good shot. That's gone all the way for 6 over extra cover.
Knows he has to go at it here. 2 balls after this ball remaining in this over, and knows he's the man who's been finding the boundary. Has to take that responsibility.
And again, they have to hurry, and they do. So all of a sudden, things picking up there. Ramudit, the new batsman, just come out.
That was Ramudit who hit that boundary, actually.
Came out and is blazing away, as we see. Alexandro Reynolds. He's on 12. Looking to add to it, and he will, because this one sails over. Now, where was the fielder going? He was going to his left. The ball was going to his right. And then he just sort of stopped, almost as if he was trying to read the shot of the batsman. And then but the umpire signaled 6. So it went all the way for 6 runs. 80 for 7 now after 9.
Well, regardless of how many wickets have been falling, they have continued to push the run rate, keep it in check. Bringing up that 80. You feel like in a T10, at least when you have something around the 80s or 90s, that you could at least work with that and try to defend it.
So it's going to be Ramudit who is going to face up first up for the final over. And it's going to be Amrav Kiston, who's going to bowl the final over.
He started off his first over quite well, just fell away a bit coming to the end of it.
And that would be a no ball for height. So maybe he might change it around. He might leak the runs early and then tighten up, because this is an important final over here. That was very high indeed. So this is a free hit. And just punching it down the ground. Gonna get a single. Really should have done better with that. He just seemed to stand there and just hit it. I don't know if he wanted to pierce the offside field. He didn't really hit it with the power that could afford him to do that. Get it past the inner ring.
No half measures at this stage.
And speaking of half measures, this one is hit a long way. There's a man out there. He doesn't take it, and the ball may not even get to the boundary. He's going back for the second one. They're going for that third run. And, well, they will get that too. But, again, a diving effort from out in the deep there, trying to get around it. That was a Billy. So it went right through his grasp.
Well, really speaking of half measures, he halfway got to the shot, halfway got to the fielder, halfway got to the boundary.
Yeah. But eventually he got 3 runs. He's bowled him this time right up in the block hole. And Ramu did pulling away. And he goes for 8, bowled neck and crop.
Finally got one on target, did Amrav Kistow. All previous deliveries were just too full, and this time pretty much a perfect Yorker, exactly what you'd want at this stage, no matter from what type of bowler. Abdul Khan, the new batsman. 3 deliveries for him and his partner to negotiate.
So Abdul Khan has a starboy name, as we say.
So Abdul Khan is the new batter, 86 for 8. He will just face 3 deliveries.
So we're in the final over, and they haven't gotten to 100 just yet. So could Abdul Khan uncork a couple big ones here? And he's certainly going for it, and he got that one into the gap. That's very well played and very well placed as well. Down to wideish long on for 4 runs.
Some clean striking here from Abdul Khan. Wind up and was full delivery, so easily underneath that one. Up to 89 now.
And again he's bowled him, trying to force the issue here. And right up in the block hole once more. A similar pattern of dismissal. Until they learn to play it, you keep doing it. And that's exactly what he is doing there. So Khan hit 1 boundary and then departs.
1 wicket to go. 1 wicket in hand.
Well, interesting composure here from Amrav Kistow. Has given away that boundary, but 2 vital wickets at the end.
This is a very competitive opening score set by
Style of death bowling as well.
And I think a lot of captains are hesitant to put spinners to bowl the final over. But he took a chance here, and it's paying off for him. He's picked up 2 wickets in the over.
Of course, the batsman wouldn't be accustomed facing this slower pace at this stage of the innings as well.
Yeah, the problem for Antonio Ramkir Singh is that he is stranded at the non-strikers end on 21.
Of course, it wouldn't have always been like that either. At one point, the ruling would have been that the batsman crossed. Well,
Yep.
of course, you can't cross if you're bowled, so it wouldn't have applied in this case.
But in a couple of the runouts, it really was just careless running between the wickets. So with the final delivery, Ricardo Suraj Bali is out there now. And he's gone for a big hit, misses everything. And it's going to go into the boundary at fine leg. And it's 4 byes. Well, the wicketkeeper was there. He probably thought the man was bowled. The ball just missed the stump and missed everything. So 93 for 9 of their 10 overs.
I'm still trying to work out how that didn't make any contact with the stumps. Looks as if it tried to kiss the stumps but didn't make any contact. 93 for 9, the final score here for...
So 95 it is for 9 at the end of the 10 overs. Of course, we'll come back with their reply right after this. And welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Couva. 95 for 9 McBean Sports posted, so it means that the All-Stars combined, they need 96 for a victory. And that is not going to be easy, but Andy Mahes and Akil Clark will try to give them a big start here and see if they can't overhaul this total. And Akim Chandler is going to pick up the attack from the top end.
Definitely a good score here in the end that the McBean team were able to put on the board. Something on the scoreboard to defend for them. Akim Chandler with his left arm piece. Gonna come over the wicket from at northern end. Andy Mahes, also left-handed, facing up first. Two fielders in the deep at.
With a big number on his back. 177.
Like the 1 and the 7, the two openers.
But if he could make 177, he wouldn't need it. He would be home and dry. He'll be making runs for tomorrow's semi-finals. Quick delivery. A little bit of stutter step as he was about to deliver. I wasn't sure if he was going to go through with the action. But Chandler got it through fairly rapidly.
Those two fielders in the deep at third man and cover sweeper. It's definitely a challenging surface, so these two are going to have to bat well to get through to that. In for exciting second half to this game.
And diving stop there on the part of the keeper. Really went sprawling over and made a decent stop there, Silo Chan. But a wide all the same.
Just not getting his radar right. Might have been looking for a bit of extra movement. Akil Clark now, so double left-handed trouble opening partnership.
Yes, and so it's all left arm bowler, left arm batsman.
He's gonna wanna be careful with his line, not stray too far down leg because no protection on the boundary.
And that's wide outside the off stump again. Good pace, but
Well, the overcorrection really.
you see a helicopter. Then there's a national security helicopter flying by. Are they coming to pick you up?
Well, no, I
Hello?
would have organized my transport home with Caribbean Airlines, of course.
There you go. Maybe they're sending that to pick you up, to take you to the Caribbean Airlines flight at Piaco. And this one is hit in the air and it's gone. That's gone. That's a brilliant shot. Really, with minimal of effort.
Well, it's a good thing the helicopter was out of there.
This one is
Was
hit
heading towards the part of it, but came down in that troublesome region where so many balls are lost on this field.
Imagine you're in the helicopter and one of those balls start climbing towards you. You hear the words, incoming. You're a little bit put off by it all, but that was a good shot. And now we have that a little bit of a wait, a delay for the retrieval of the ball. Sometimes I wonder if it's the correct ball that they find in, Because so many balls go over there,
Well,
and they don't always come back.
you wonder. Sometimes I wonder every time.
Well, you put your team at a disadvantage because imagine you get a ball that is like, let's say it was from a T20 game played 2 weeks ago, and you get in a ball that is 18 overs old, as opposed to one that is just, in the first over here now.
Well, sometimes it might work to your advantage as well.
Drive in and edging, and he's gone, caught at the wicket. So Chandler has gotten his revenge. Clark has to go for 6. It's 9 for 1.
Well, finally got that radar right. Pitching exactly where he would have wanted to. Just leaving him. Looking to drive at that and completely missing it. Akil Clark, after hitting that lovely 6, has to go 6 and out. 9 for 1. The All Stars Sports Club.
And Amrav Kiston is the new batsman.
That, whether it was the same ball or not, it was a lucky ball for Hakim Chandler.
I think you take that every time. It's a good delivery, good pace. Hit the edge, and the wicketkeeper moving smartly to his left. Took a good catch. So just what the doctor ordered for the All-Stars. An early wicket. I'm sure you get one. You're looking for 2 now.
So another left-hander here, Amrav Kisto. Flurry of left-handers opening here for All Stars.
And again, good line, good pace, good carry from Chandler. And there were a number of players on this McBean Sports team, and they all have nicknames. Ricky Suchan is Bing. Silochan, the wicketkeeper, is Punky. Harry Lochan is Harry's.
The water park.
Chandler again, but every time he loses his run, he seems to lose his rhythm and his whole direction.
Need every muscle in that body going exactly where you're directing that ball towards. I'm glad you were reading out these nicknames because I misread Punky as Pinky.
Punky. Punky took a good catch just now. As he waits once again. This one is cracked away into the covers. They go for a single. He's have to get back. Had he hit that, he would have been out. Well. That was very close indeed. Good shot, but he just went sprinting after the shot. Amrav Kistov, and luckily for him, the return, which was a good one, just missed the stumps, and the wicketkeeper couldn't flick it. Even when the wicketkeeper flicked it back, had he hit the stumps, he would have been run out.
I really like to understand why we're seeing this so often throughout this tournament. Could say maybe it's because, well, generally these aren't teams that always play together. You just get together for this tournament, so wouldn't be as familiar with each other as they might be with their club teams.
Punky missed out on a run out there. And here we go again, another good shot. Good stop in the cover region. They go for 1, and they're going to sprint back for the second. So Kistov gets a couple, and that will end the first over. 12 runs coming off that over. 12 for 1.
mixed bag to start off that first over. Few wonderful deliveries from Chandler, but also a few extras and boundaries.
So just a couple players out in the distance. One of them way out. There we saw Abdul Khan, and a lot of discussion here now as to who will bowl, and it looks like Renault, Alexandru Renault. So he'll be bowling first up to Mahis. And Mahis got himself into a little bit of a tangle there. Couldn't get the power. But he was trying to hit that so hard. Short ball. And that's a gift. That's 4 wides, really. Outside the legs. And Punky couldn't pull that one in.
Well, not the greatest start there by Alessandro. Punky diving there, but not getting his hands towards that ball to save it. Real misdirection from Alessandro.
He doesn't have a long run, and so you would hope that his control will be a lot better. But I suppose he's probably just trying to get some kind of rhythm. Doesn't have a long run. He just kind of hustles up to the wicket from a very short run. So no real momentum when he's trying to get up there. That's better, and a better line. They're going to have to hurry again, and this time the throw misses, but not by much. Good cricket all round. Good shot, good quick single, and excellent fielding, plus good backing up as well to prevent any overthrows.
We already saw earlier that some fielders were caught a bit on alert when it came to backing up. Very much necessary here, given that you're trying to defend a score.
And that's another good delivery. Again, bonks on offer there, and it just clipped the bails on the way through. That's what happened. That's why I'm saying look at the bonks on that one, but it just clipped the bail and removed it. But again, pitching up, and you can see the ball cutting back at him, taking the edge. The wicketkeeper went diving, so that's what kind of threw me off. And I was just saying, look at how much bonks that ball got from a good length, but it actually bowled him neck and crop. And that's a brilliant, brilliant delivery.
That's sensational. Hit the top of off is what you're told time and time again, and well, he hit the top of leg there. And each stump is the reward of a wicket regardless, and wonderful bit of movement back into assist him on a trajectory towards the stumps. Not much you can do there as a batsman or as the keeper. Bowler did it. Each and every job for that. Alex Ali, the new batsman to join Andy Mahis. Mahis hasn't quite gotten going as yet.
But I think he's trying to get his team out of this little rut here. Although they have 18 runs on the board, they got the first wicket went for 9, the second went for 18. So they're going at 9s right now. You see all these doubles? I tell you, you have to play whatever it is you play. We had it, what, in the first innings, we had all these doubles. Here we come again.
You can imagine if all those were taken in the first inning, score would have been well over 100. Few spectators right near to that training facility.
Yeah, they're smart. They're going, although the sun is not in all its glory, I suppose, they're getting used to sitting in there where there's a shade. Short ball, pulled away, and that's a gift. Once again, nobody down there, so you don't want to even venture onto the batsman's pads.
What a way to open up your
This one
innings.
is going.
Alex Ali received one he thought was just a bit too short and said, well, just help it on its way.
Really a badly line delivery, especially if you do not have a fine leg. They don't even have a short fine leg. The man is backward square, short, and that's the overcompensation.
Scratchy start from the bowlers, not the amount of extras you'd want to be putting on display in this defense. Good in the wickets column though.
Let's do that over again. So I suppose he's under pressure now. When you take out the fine leg, you can't even start it on the stumps. That's the problem he's facing here now. Instructions coming from the stands. Where to bowl, where not to bowl. And that is cut away nicely. Dig again. Had he fielded it cleanly, he might have had a chance at a run out. But instead it jumped out of his hands. And the batsman eventually got the single. So now the left-handed Andy Mahes is back on strike now. Another well-judged single. No real power in that shot. It just seemed to hit the ground and die. And it just bounced out into the offside. That brings the over to an end finally. 26 for 2 at the end of it.
We are going at 95, which means you need 69 runs to win. From 8 overs, 48 deliveries, 69.
So not a bad start when you consider, but they've lost those 2 early wickets, and that's probably where the danger is. You cannot afford to keep losing wickets. So see if the All-Stars can stop the hemorrhaging.
So Ricardo Surge Bali now in from that northern end.
So everybody who comes in now will have to try and, as I say, get with the program quickly. Try to follow the plan. Taking him a little while before they settle into what he's doing. Mahes And again, they're persisting with bowling without a fine leg, which is dangerous given the lack of control of the bowlers. You bowl without a fine leg. Now you have a long off and a man at deep cover. There's a long on as well, and then there's a deep square leg. So I just think it's very risky to bowl without the fine leg, even a short fine leg. But to not have any at all, you're really asking the bowlers to be very concentrated.
Giving the keeper a bit of extra work as well. But it is always going to be difficult from a bowling perspective, of course. Might seem just as simple as adjusting your line, but you know at the back of your mind that you don't have protection in that area, it can cause you to just get off target.
This one is played into the offside again. No real pace, so more than enough time for them to scamper for a quick single. Good cricket. Well, they do have a fine leg now, but he's going to stay a fine third man for the left-hander, and the man they had at backward point, short backward or short third man, has gone over on the offside for short third man, even for the left-hander as well. And when he said in the air, he was reaching at it, really and truly. Mahes, if he had left it, would have been a certain wide. He went searching for it, and would you believe it, he skies a simple catch and has to go for 3.
Well, Ricardo Surjbali did have to go wide with the field that he was given. Had to make sure he was never straying on the pads at any point, and on this occasion went as wide as he could. Maes fell into the trap, could have left it as you said, and he never really looked comfortable at the crease so far in his stay today. 28 for 3 now, the All Stars Sports Club. A bit of worry.
Well, if you had to take the singer to his words, don't worry, be happy. So,
it's Christian Ramrup who now strides out.
So Ramrup is going to have to produce something here for his team. They badly need it.
Still no one at fine leg. Another left-hander in Ramrup.
And a turn away to square leg. Luckily, he didn't get it final.
Well, I find it even more perplexing that they don't have that fine leg in place, given that the fielding restrictions have been relaxed now too.
It's unusual, but so far so good. They haven't really been punished for it. But I'm sure if a couple of deliveries come down to fine leg, they will eventually make that adjustment. Now for the right-hander, right, they have instituted a fine leg. That one is hit away nicely. There's a man running there, but he's just going to watch it sail away from him. And that was just picked up nicely off the legs. And 6.
He's played 2 sublime shots so far in his innings. Alex Ali first was that help along down to the fine leg region, and this time a wonderful clip through the leg side. Lofted as well, just to add some extra flash to it. Reese is on to 12, Alex Ali.
Score goes up to 35 now for 3. And again, driven. So it looks like he's seen the ball very well.
No wonder he's going to keep strike. 3 overs going now.
End of
36 for 3.
end of few was trying to get to 95.
And, well, we're just full of stuff in the skies today. Just had a helicopter now.
And another wicket, so that's a third
From
wicket.
so close up.
Big jet making
All
its way
Stars
across the skies.
are 28 for 2.
Yes. Tremendous camera work there. You look at it in person, you almost never see where it's emanating from. You just see the trail in the sky.
So Reynolds is going to continue. Short ball pulled away, and it's gone over mid-wicket. They're going close to the boundary, but they'll come back for 2 runs all the same.
Really is seeing the ball so well, Alex Ali. Good running between these two so far. Let's not jinx it.
Another short ball. This one is hammered away. That's brilliantly done. And that's 4 runs. That one didn't get up as some of the others, but it made no difference. That's a brilliant shot indeed. He had to go down and wait for it to go down to get it. And when he did that, he got good connection.
No matter how long he had to wait on it, he added extra power to it. Neither he nor any fielder moved.
So he quickly soldiers on to 19 now. 42 for 3. And again, plays this one into the gap. They may have to hurry, but again, the running was not the best. And they could get an overthrow. And now that if they were running hard the first time, they probably would have been coming back for a 3rd run. Instead, they just jogged that first run. It's only the misfield that allowed them to go back for the 2nd.
A bit of pressure being applied to those fielders there, just showing on them a bit.
There's this one up in the air. Who's going to take it? And they drop back on the stumps. Well. It was so funny. The batsman had gone running out of his crease thinking it had gone past the wicket. But the ball it hit the back of the bat. It went up in the air. Now let's see if it actually fell on the stumps. Because the wicketkeeper did pick it up and then remove the bail. Yes, it did. It fell on the stumps. And what a magical dismissal. You don't see that too often.
What I'd like to know is if as a batsman, if you're aware of that and you try to paddle the ball away before it lands, is that considered obstruction?
No, because he played the ball. So he was really trying to prevent it from hitting the wicket. But he went running down the wicket, so he was nowhere near the stump.
Well, very unlucky for the batsman. Bowler catches a lucky break after just going for a bit of runs as he began that over. What a dismissal there. You only see it here at Caribbean Airlines Village Cricket T10 tournament.
Well,
Nothing wrong with the run rate.
and he went, for conversation's sake, we say he played on. But that was a delayed play on because that ball went so high in the air. And it came down on the stumps. It could have dropped anywhere else. It dropped on the stump itself. And he just looks disgusted there as he stood at mid-pitch with nowhere to go. He can't go to the other end. Can't go back to where he started. All he had to do was make that long trek.
See, that ball certainly had some height on it. Tishan Ramrup, captain In at number 6. All round option. A Ramroop special as well. No ball called there.
Yep.
First up.
So, well, everything is happening here.
Easy as it gets to get off the mark. Could not be dismissed there.
And now, as you can see, the Caribbean jetpack is being offered.
That previous dismissal would have certainly came out the jetpack.
It was so it was comical, but it was real, but he was nowhere around to try to bat it down. This one is in the air, but it's going to drop short of that short third man. Again, trying to just throw in the bat at the ball.
Been a relatively expensive spell from Alexandro, but 2 wickets. Need to see how the game ends up to understand if this is a good spell or not.
Driven nicely down to long one, but they're so slow with the running. They're going back for the second run now, and eventually they get it as well. But they were so slow when they started, and we never know. So 4 overs completed. It's 49 for 4 now.
Our first run really was painfully slow, and the more you point it out and the more that I see it is just becoming more and more of a hard thing to look at.
So 4 overs completed is 49 for 4. And just to do a quick comparison, when McBean Sports batted after 4 overs, they were 32 for 2.
Well, ahead of that run rate, which is why that spell, even though it had 2 wickets in it, the expense, well, the economy of it is still concerning for McBean.
It is an opportunity for these batsmen now to keep going. As you said, they're well ahead of the game, but they need to preserve some wickets. They just need a good partnership here. Something that will set them up nicely.
So Ricardo Surajbali comes back.
Again, more effort in the field, but they're just picking up the runs at regular intervals now, and this is good for them. They just need to preserve the wickets, because the more wickets that they lose, is the more they keep the opponents in the game. If we could shut the door on them by not losing wickets. 50 on the board now, 50 for 4.
Even just as we saw in the first innings, you don't need to hit all those big shots. It's just about placement at times.
46 runs from 35 balls.
Of course, that is certainly a well manageable run rate.
And that's a good shot. Down the ground it goes. There are 2 fielders out there. So they take 1.
They made 94 for 9 batting first. Trying to defend 95.
That brings the left-handed Christian Ramroop on strike. And this one is going to stop at his legs, and you see why he's a wicketkeeper, not a goalkeeper. And he tried to, with some fancy footworks there, missed the stumps entirely.
I don't think a goalkeeper would have had better chance of hitting the stumps there.
Probably might have been more familiar with using his feet. And this one is cracked away. It's in the air again, but I don't think the fielder in the deep saw it. And now he's standing up to quarrel with his teammates, and they went back for the second run. Well, so while he was defending his decision not to run in for the catch, the batsman decided, well, okay, we could get a second run here, and they did.
Well, I've not seen anything like that before. It went down to the fielder. He almost wanted to keep the ball for himself, as if he was going to bowl the next over or something, and the bowler just yelled out to him.
That's why they say release the ball quickly. And this one is flicked away again. That's a brilliant shot. That goes one bounce into that deep mid-wicket region. And so 4 good-looking runs there. He just picked it up. He didn't try to hit it too hard, Tishan Ramrup.
Of course, that's the good old insult-injury combination. Dispatching him for 4. 2 full, 2 straight. And hit beautifully over that one region.
So they keep pushing on. 31 balls left, but they need another 38 runs. Still, they have a game on their hands. A couple of wickets here could really put the cat among the pigeons. Cut and a miss to end the over, and at the end of the over it's at 58 for 4. It looks like one of the players has suffered a bit of an injury, while these spectators, well, there were 3 of them there in the shade, and our 4th man has joined. He's obviously mindful of the fact that when the sun comes out, at this hour of the day, that's probably the best location to be.
It's a well-placed area there for seating. Other major seating area not shaded from that sun.
Yeah, we have a player exiting the field. Might be a big blow to them. Plus they're going to have a substitute fielder as well. So we have another bowling change, Ricky Suchan. So let's see what he can conjure up. Quicker, flat delivery, slap down to long on. And to long off rather. The substitute fielder is out there, but they were able to go back for the second run. This time he's swinging, but can't get it past mid-wicket. Only going to get a single, and you can see him really admonishing himself there as if to say, boy, I should have really cutted that one away. Christian Ramroop. So this brings T10 Ramroop back on strike. So now the right-hander is back on strike. And a quick delivery into the wicket. From the bowler's hand into the wicket he's going. Now this is not a bad ground for a play because there is some bounce on that end of the wicket. The ball might just sky up in the air. And that's 2 and 2 that he played at and missed. A little bit of extra bounce.
Looking to drive it into that surface and get bounce like we saw from Dan Raj this morning.
There's another one, and that one, the keeper doesn't take it now. Did he get an edge? And it's a bye. But it seemed to move so much. The keeper seemed to... Now he's asking the question, how is that a bye? It probably hit something on the way through.
Bye is no laughing matter for keepers. Goes against their name.
And this one he takes advantage of. He missed out on the previous one. This time he goes, and that's 6 runs. That's a brilliant shot. Didn't hit it too high, but he hit it hard. It just sailed out of the ground quickly. And over Cow Corner, there are some spectators there, and they might be considering moving because that ball pitched and really took off. Well, there you could see them. They probably might be investing in a better relocating because there are some children there as well. But good shot. 67 for 4 at the end of 6.
He swatted that one like a fly. Must look like he was playing tennis. 67 for 4.
I think he said 68 for 4. So 68 it is now. So 29 runs needed from 24 balls or 28 needed from 24 balls.
Easy equation now for All Stars. Validating their decision up front to bowl first.
Now they have a great opportunity. They have a good platform, and it's just making life very difficult for their opponents. McBean bowled well at the top, but they haven't been able to maintain that.
Akim Chandler returns.
They had to bring him back. They couldn't keep him too much longer if they're going to be leaking runs, especially boundaries. And what you're hoping for is that he could pick up a pepper for you, break this partnership.
They also brought him back because it's the power play over as well.
Let's see what he does on his return. And that one is hit away brilliantly. It's going down to that mid-wicket boundary. That's gone for 4 runs.
Real power he applied to that. Lose Akim Chandler now, and then he starts a spell. He's always on target and wound up and completely destroyed that delivery. It's one of those advertising boards fall down with the breeze as well.
I'm sure T10 Ramroop will have seen Chandra before and probably has a plan in his mind how he's going to attack him. From around the wicket now. And again, he's trying to get it through the square leg region, just the 1 run.
They need some wickets. Well,
Chandler would love to pick up another pepper here for his team just to get them back in the game. Right now, the Ramroop pair seem to be taking the game away from them. Tishan Ramroop is 17. Christian Ramroop, who's on strike now, is on 10. And this one again, they're going to take another bye. The wicketkeeper just not able to hold it in. But that's a leg bye. But that signal was very, the ball rather was very close to him.
Beautiful delivery that was. Shouldn't have gotten the one in the end, but bowler not to blame for that.
When them come back tomorrow, we'll lose some go home. Who wants it now? Lose and go home.
And this one spoons up in the air, but it may fall safely. In fact, it will fall safely. And they'll pick up another couple. So clearly there are some concerns here. You could see the movement. It's a little more agitated now. 20 from 20 balls. Slower delivery flicked away nicely, but just for a single. And it actually goes right through him. Well. He seemed to have everything down. The barrier looked good, but it was a porous barrier. The ball just went right through the gate. And would you believe it? It went for 4 runs.
Well, if he was a security boot, it would have been empty.
More like a fishnet. Was pulling same. Ball went right through the hole. and that would have been Abdul Khan. I don't think he's a happy camper right now. And this one is cracked away now, down behind point. They go for 1. They might come back for the second. Yes, they will. And they'll get it 2. Good running. And excellent running there again. Another couple picked up there. Pretty expensive over. 82 for 4 now after 7.
Yeah, these two have not let up since they joined forces at the crease. Both Ramroops really carried this innings along.
Yeah, so this is a big partnership here. We were talking about that somebody had to build a partnership, and these two, they've just gone about it in a very aggressive manner without, being too risky.
No, really and truly break down this game. It does break down to partnerships all the way through. Both batting and bowling, always vital. Christian Ramroop about to face up to Anthony Ram Kearsing. His first ball for the day.
Oh, that's a wide delivery, and it is signaled as a wide. And here he goes again. This one is hit high in the air. There's a man looking out there, and he drops it. Never looked like he was that he was confident enough to take the catch. It was right down his throat. All he had to do was accept it. Put it down. A bad miss there from Reynolds.
Certainly stayed in the air for quite some time, but gave him enough time to judge it.
And they need 11 from 7. This one is coming again. This is another chance and another drop. Well. Almost as if he's playing bat and catch with the fielders. And they're not catching.
This one is in the air
They'll
again.
be playing bat and catch, or the team might be playing rinse and repeat. Can't be dropping these chances at any stage of the game.
Well, he's just testing the outfield. See how they do in the outfield. It's again, he goes aerial, and he's going to get 1 this time. I don't think they're going to scamper for a second.
Safely like Caribbean Airlines in the Piaco.
Just 8 runs required now. Of course, if one of those chances was taken, could have added some more interest for the McBean team, but comfortable position for All Stars regardless.
It's a Caribbean village cricket.
So 25 now to T10 Ramroop. Let's see if he finishes with a flurry. And he's teasing, he's manipulating the field now. Just using his smarts, as they say. But it's like it's a brilliant day now. All those dark clouds, those rain clouds have blown away and presented us with a brilliant day. Short ball again, quicker. They go for 1. They're not interested in a second run. They could have had it, and but they seem very content with where they are.
90 for 4.
So 90 for 4 now.
Run rate well within control. No need to push that second run. Might as well go with the safer option.
6 needed from 13 balls. Who's your money on?
Difficult one this time.
And they want a single now. That would have been a ridiculous single there, because I don't think Punchy would have been happy had they gone through for a single there. So they decided against it in the end. The over comes to an end. 90 for 4 now after 8.
Let's see, though, would be interesting trying to pick a man of the match. Ramrup himself has put together good innings here so far, batting, and did bowl quite well.
6 wickets were just avoid, just deny All Stars getting these 5 runs from 12.
So this pair, they've added what, 41 runs or thereabouts. So this is a big partnership. This is a match-winning partnership. Put them in a very strong position. They need 6 from 12.
All Stars get it. The drone is taken off in front of us.
And this one is up in the air. Who is going to take this one? There's a man, the captain is, well, they both look at each other. And then in the end, neither one went for the ball. The ball went up in the air. And once again, Christian Ramroop testing the batsmen, the fielders rather, to see if they could catch. And what he's finding out is that they can't really. And you could have seen that happening. They were both going for the ball, but then they both took their eyes off the ball to look at each other. And by the time they recognized what was happening, the ball was dropping quickly.
Seen many collisions happen like that as well, so good in the end that didn't see anything untoward like that here today.
Short delivery, quicker delivery, and a dot ball at the end of the day. They put a slip in place now. Chandler is coming to slip, but T10 Ramroop is on 26.
Well, they put the slip in. Hopefully the slip can manage to take a catch.
So they need 5. They have 10 balls to get those 5 runs. They could probably get a run every ball if they wanted to. And when they get a gift like that, a wide. So they need 4 now. 92 for 4.
Might have to put some money on wides.
That's a good delivery, and they're going to take another comfortable single. Good running between the wickets. So 27 to Ramroop now. To Tishan Ramroop. Christian Ramroop is on 17. He's back on strike. They need 3 runs. And they have 8 balls. Well, here he goes again, trying to give the fielders catch and practice. They don't seem to want to take it. And they're going to get 2 runs. Very comfortably indeed. And again, if they were chasing it, they could have gotten it. But that seems to be the end of the game. Well,
I was going to say, I was thinking he was half thinking at that stage to just knock that ball over the boundary and finish it off. But it had already been completed.
so a fine, unbroken partnership. See them over the line. And 96 for the loss of 4 wickets. And that is a comfortable victory by 6 wickets for the All-Stars.
So, Tishan Ramroop, a wonderful contribution from him. 27 not out from 18 and 1 for 24 in his 2 overs. It's definitely one of the highlights of this match. Putting together that brilliant partnership with Christian Ramroop to take them home after an early bit of shakiness. So, All Stars coming out victorious in the end by 6 wickets quite comprehensively with an over to spare. And that finishes our coverage for this second game of the day. Do join us back in just a short bit. So we'll have action in the 3rd match of the day in this Caribbean Airlines Village Cricket T10.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy leken tamamorgla.
Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy leken tamamorgla.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is.
leken damemorgen.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat of your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat of your heart is like a pass through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat of your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy leken damemorgen.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat of your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat of your heart is like a pass through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy making tamarind.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat of your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to a bright, sunny National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva, as the conditions have improved dramatically. We came here today under a little bit of gloom with some dark clouds hovering around, but we're happy to say that those dark clouds have subsided and we have really near perfect weather for a cricket match. There's a nice breeze blowing across the ground, the sun is out. The news here is that Southeast, they won the toss and inserted Waterloo and Southeast in their bright orange. So, an interesting turn of events here. So, Gino Balram is going to take first knock. As Nadeem Mohammed is on his way. And that's punched away nicely. They're going back for the second. He's going to have to hurry. The return is not the best, but 2 runs all the same.
Gino Balram getting things underway with 2. Just dabbed down in that third-man region to open his innings.
That's a good delivery. Balram could do precious little but defend that one.
As you mentioned, the bright sunshine is out and certainly not taking any half measures as far as the heat factor as well. Players out there definitely gonna feel the heat of this match. Gino Balram ready again.
Goes long. This is a good hit. That's 6 runs. Well, he didn't wait for that one. And again, not much by way of effort. He just timed it beautifully.
It's quite a classical setup he has as well. Doesn't raise his backlift until the very last moment. His bat is down and waits until that last moment pulls it back and puts absolute power onto that ball to hit it straight over that long off boundary. Early 6 in this match.
Yeah, this is kind of like what it's happened. And Balram did produce a decent knock last week. And it's going to have to do that one all over again. We've seen enough of this to recognize that a lot of these bowlers, they struggle sometimes with their lines and their links. So if you're a batsman, you could just wait and pick them off. Another wide delivery.
Started off quite well, Nadeem Mohammed, just not able to readjust after being hit for that 6 earlier. Just went a bit too full on that occasion and then readjusting a bit too wide down leg. Breeze has certainly picked up as well as that signing at the boundary down at long off has also fallen over for the second time today.
And he's bowled him. Well. He went right across that one. And before he was playing straight. And he looked so comfortable doing that. And on this occasion, he went right across that one. Kind of lost his shape when he chipped down the wicket. He goes for 8. It's 10 for 1 now.
There's no need for that shot. He was doing everything right up until that point and no need to change up at all. Early demise there for Gino Balaram. It's 10 for 1. This over has not been completed as yet.
Yeah, but that's kind of like just giving your wicket away. You know, it's not like it was a good ball. It wasn't like an unplayable ball. But your team is already in a little bit of a hole here.
So Rashad Shah joins Nicholas Jadunanan at the crease. Neither of these batsmen yet to face a delivery, so 2 fresh batsmen to target here for Nadeem Mohammed. Right-hander is on now, and there's 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle at a fly slip. Wouldn't call that third man, and down at long off.
And driven nicely. That's a gorgeous shot. It's gone into the gap, in through the covers. It goes for 4 runs. He was pitching up outside the off stump, and Rashad Shah says thank you very much and helped himself to a boundary.
Again, the batting seeming quite easy when they just play those orthodox shots. No need for anything wild, anything across the line at this point. Nadeem Mohammed seems just again to err on that fuller side for that delivery and dispatched appropriately through the covers. Off the mark with a 4, Rashad Shah.
And better delivery this time. A little bit of bounce as well. And left alone to be taken by the wicketkeeper at the end. The first over is in the books. It's 14 for 1. last week when the Southeast, they played West Side Unstoppables and limited them to 81 for 6 in their 10 overs. And in reply, they got to 83 for 1 in 7.2 overs. But the men who did the damage there was Keaton Mahabir and Zain Mirage with 53 and 24 not out respectively. So now they're going to try and see if they could do it with another attack.
Much different lineup compared to that winning lineup from last week. Those West Side Unstoppables not quite as unstoppable as they might have thought.
So here's a wide delivery. Rajkumar produces a wide delivery and immediately it goes for 4 runs.
Not the kind of start Rajkumar would have been hoping for. Very much off target. The beginning of his over as well.
Yes, so Rajkumar. Not able to get his reader right initially. And as always happens, here's a lovely flyby. Probably watching cricket from in the air, probably an unusual experience. Looking down at the cricketers. I'm not sure they could identify the cricketers from up there. But I'm sure they're seeing cricket all the same.
Well, they don't have any numbers to go off up there either.
So probably just as confused. And struck on the pad there. That's not a bad delivery. But again, you want to stay away from the pads as much as possible because there is a fairly straight or fine third man, but there's no fine leg. There's a man at square leg next to the umpire. And so anything on the pads at all, any kind of contact, you could be leaking runs.
Well, we saw no fine leg earlier on in the day work to the advantage of the bowler. Wicket-wise, still leaked a few runs.
That's a good delivery right up in the block hole. Well played in the end to keep it out. And the key to that is get your toes out of the way and get the bat down quickly.
Oh, interestingly, if you were actually looking at this match from in the sky, this orange outfit might look like some of those safety cones moving around the ground. Traffic cones.
And these are the smart people. They're in the shade.
Well, they've certainly moved a lot of them over from that other stand they were at.
And a big drive and a miss outside the off stump. This is good bowling from Rajkumar. Of course, Rajkumar creating problems here for Jadunanan. Big swing and a miss. He's a big, strong fellow. If he only puts bat to ball, could easily sail out the ground. And again, he's missing his time in there. That's a good variation. He was right up to him, even though it was a little bit slower.
A great comeback since that first delivery. And given away a run since. Still no fine leg, and throughout that over he sent out a deep forward square.
And this is where he was asking for trouble. That's why we were saying it was always dangerous to bowl without a fine leg. And that's the reason why, because once the bowler strays, it could go for runs. And if he strays 3 or 4 balls in an over, that could cost you.
You can see he's certainly trying to go on a sort of fuller wicket-to-wicket line, but for that you would need the fine leg. Not doing anything wrong per se, but just not the right field to support his plans.
Yeah, I think the captain has to support him here. Now, he does have a big ring of 5 players on the offside, just at the edge of the circle, with one down on the third man fence. Now they're going to have to hurry the return, much too late. As the batsman able to complete the single to end the over.
Well, at the end, for that final delivery, he did put in a fine leg. Ends off the over there.
24 for 1 at the end of it. 2 completed now. Rashad Shah is on 4. And Jadu Nanan. So it is going to be Jadu Nanan who's going to take his guard and take strike. Jadu Nanan looks like a really big fella. I'm looking at Shah, having a word with him, and he's like looking down at Shah as if to say, okay, son, take it easy.
Oh, Shah might have been telling him big ones.
So that we don't have to run. So Jadu Nanan. And again, going for that drive, but pitching up right up to the left-hander. And coming off, tick on the edge. So the umpire says that it is a leg by, or we give him a run. I don't think he signaled leg by, so he's giving him the run.
Kiran Banwari, the new bowler from the northern end. Direction, Nadeem Mohammed into his second over.
Yeah, it looks like Nadeem Mohammed is continuing here. Puts it into a nice area just outside the off stump. And Nadeem Mohammed had about 3 wickets last weekend. So, well, 2 together with Dave Mohammed. It's not going to get anything there that wide. Other than being called for a wide.
Notice a trend throughout these T10 tournaments. A lot of pace bowlers tend to have a really fine third man.
Down the wicket he goes, and almost got himself run out there, taking a risk there, Shah. I would have been interested. Might have been a bang-bang play. Who would have touched down first? Did the ball hit the stump first, or did the bat get grounded first?
Safe in the end for Rashad Shah, would be quite happy at that result.
So a quick adjustment in the field. So 6 on the off now. And again, outside that off stump, so he's peppering that part of the line. He's trying to stay close to that line as possible, and asking the batsman to come out there and catch him. Rashid Shah so far been having difficulty doing so. Slower delivery, well disguised again, but played defensively. Didn't try to do anything rash with it. Shah.
Definitely read that one was a slower one. Rashad Shah adjusted himself to play it later than he was accounting for initially.
This one is up in the air, but it's not going to get anywhere near the man at long on, and even the man at mid-wicket didn't have much of a chance. Awkward, played awkwardly, but survives. 27 for 1 at the end of over number 3. Opportunities here for the bowlers. You look at the flags, how they're nicely stretched out there. Nice breeze fluttering, keeping them busy. And the good thing about those flags, they have those titanium rods. They bend, but they don't break so easily. And you see them a lot in those mask costumes, where people dance the mask and you see everything moving. But so that's one of the secrets to making masks. When you use those titanium rods, they sway, bend.
Quite a marvel to have those materials that you can manipulate in certain ways to almost look surreal.
This one, he's hitting this, is going past mid-wicket. They go for 1. They won't get a second. The man comes off the boundary. Excellent work again. Just trying to stop that one from going out into the deep. Got to hunt it. So Waterloo Sports after being put into bat. 27 for 1 win over number 4. And Dylan, I'm not sure, you just lost India, that is. Just lost Rohit Sharma, the captain. There's another delivery pitch right up in the black hole, but nothing doing. And now there's talk that Virat Kohli wants to quit Test cricket as well.
Almost came one right after the other. Those announcements. 2 players who would have done leaps and bounds for their team now into the tail end of their careers.
Now again, trying desperately to get on with things, but not able to. This is good bowling, good sensible bowling.
Yeah, these two haven't quite been able to amp up the run rate after that first wicket fell.
Brandon Williams will try again. Now again another opportunity here, but once again the ball not cooperating. We've seen so many of those where the batsman trying to get on with it but not able to really, and sometimes it works against the fielders because they don't get the opportunities. Although it has to be said, in the last game quite a few went to hand, but they didn't seem too keen on taking those catches. And they're passing him on the full. That really was a gift. Now, had he stayed into or going to it like in an orthodox, say, cover drive, he probably would have struck it on the full into the offside. But he wants to use his feet to kind of shorten the distance between him and the bowler. And sometimes he gets it all wrong. And again, he's pulling this one from outside the off stump. So the ball just barely getting off the square. And they got a single for it. So that completes over number 4. And you look at it again, not very many runs, just 33 runs from that over.
Really good skill there from Brandon Williams, taking a lot of pace off of each delivery, being quite deceptive in where he lands each ball and making the batsman wait on almost every occasion.
So 30 for 1 after 4. So they have 56 balls remaining. How will they negotiate those? So we have the little left arm orthodox spinner. So Javon Weber is the new bowler. And turned away into the deep. There is a man out there, and they want the second run. And turned out to be a good decision. I'm not sure if Jadunanan would have made it back to the other end.
Good matchup for him here now. Left armour. Of course, he's going to be hitting against the wind, so still keep that in mind. He's going with the wind now. That's going up and it's into the hands of that fielder at backward point. Well, Jadunanan saw that left arm spinner come in. He fancied himself and, well, it came off the wrong side of the bat. Was heaving at that, trying to deposit it with max power, and it only landed comfortably in the hands of that fielder.
Yeah, not the kind of elevation that he wanted, and certainly not the power that he wanted. And but he was trying to get at the bowling, but it wasn't to be.
He certainly had the elevation, but not the distance or direction.
So 31 for 2 now. So it's really an interesting battle if they could make it one by stifling the run scoring here. But if you could pick up wickets as well, that helps. So Rashid Hassan Ali is a new batsman.
So Rashid and Rashad like to put a partnership together. Von Weber says he doesn't think so.
And that's another one. Well. Back to back. You look at it again. Right on spot. Beaten for pace there. That one came back with the arm again. And 2 in 2.
Well, a real game-changing passage of play here from Javon Weber. He's really applying a lot of pace to those left-arm spinners and rushing on to these batsmen. First was Jadunanan falling for one that he just tried to go too hard at, and this one rushing through on Rashid Hassan Ali, and giving him no time to get any bat to ball before it was crashing into his pad.
Not the ideal start here to the Waterloo team. It's that Bandu making his way out to the middle.
Key thing about this as well is the first few overs haven't gone for a whole lot, so those 2 quick wickets really pushing them up against a wall here. And our Bandu now joins Rashad Shah.
And just like in the last game, they need a partnership, need a good partnership here as well.
You go, boys. Actually, go on, like.
Edge down past the slip cordon, and it's going to run into the boundary at third man. So that could have gone from bad to worse.
Well,
for Waterloo.
how close was that to being a hat trick as well? That slip fielder was just out of the grasp of him. Instead, ran away for 4, and our Bandu off the mark in streaky fashion, but still 4 to his name.
Yeah, he was a bit straight in it. I ball pass over my glove.
But again, he really was not first slip. He was a kind of fly slip. Neither first nor second. And again, an easy single, but not much else. So this is good bowling. It's keeping things very, very tight indeed.
You see those creative fielders, field positions and T10s at wide slip. You also see the really fine third man. See fine leg open a lot of the time.
Let's see how he shapes up here again, and he's going right through him again. And another beauty here. This time it is Shah who has to leave. And this is Weber is really creating real havoc here. Bowled him neck and crop.
Well, it's not the hat trick, but it's 3 wickets in the over regardless. What an over here from Javon Weber, 3 for 6. Targeting the stumps on each occasion. Hitting 3 different types of dismissals as well, so variation in that regard. Caught out. LBW then a bowled, showing off his range. Completely flipping this game on its head. Before this over, the score would have been 30 for 1. Now we're at 36 for 4.
Yeah, this is really good bowling. And not what the batting team wanted here. Because again, Shah looked to be shaping well, but it just seems every time they try to go for the big shots, it's like they lose their shape, they either overbalance, the head isn't steady as it should be, and they pay the price. So the over finally comes to an end. It's 36 for 4 now.
So we've seen time and time again today on this surface is those hard hit power pack shots through the air tend to be more damaging rather than just looking to time and place it and gain those runs in a different manner. But it has regardless been difficult batting first. Teams have continually opted to bowl first, and it seemed to be the right decision in each game.
So Rick Cassie is at the crease, but he won't be facing first up Bandu, who's been there for a little while. So what an over. Jadunanan, Shah and Hassan Ali. And, all gone in the same over.
And very skillful with what he's doing here, Brandon Williams. That one pretty full, but taking the pace off of it.
This time he has a short, fine leg, but attacking the ball, but not able to pick it up cleanly.
You see there, just as we've been seeing throughout the day, the effect of that fine leg does allow him to stray just a bit, but feels more confident in executing his bowling plan.
That's better. What's coming right arm over? 2 balls, 4 left.
It's almost a sort of a crossbreed between a seamer and a spinner. Seems to be ruling his fingers on the ball each time.
And look at the bunks and carry on that. Now that northern end has really been giving the bowlers a fair amount of assistance, especially the seam bowlers.
Well, every bowler has wanted to bowl from this end, you would think. Well, apart from what we saw in that previous over.
Again, good carry. Got how the ball is just pitching and climbing.
This one, 6, 7, 5 only?
Really looking for some answers here now. Trying their best to get themselves out of a hole here, Waterloo Sports. And this time it's called a wide. But you could see what Williams is concentrating on outside that off stump. As I see these folks walking across the ground, I have to send condolences to the Furlong family, David Furlong and his family, and the passing of Hammond Furlong, former Trinidad and West Indies batsman.
That ball.
No bowler likes to be stopped almost in the delivery stride. And the batsman pulled away, and Williams was threatening to throw the ball at him. All in fun. Didn't really release the ball or anything of the late.
He was trying to just get a bit of atmosphere there. Nicely dabbed by Cassie off the mark now.
Yeah, they have to put themselves in a situation where they must score off every delivery. If you can't get a boundary, especially early in the over, you're thinking, well, the first 3, we're going to have to try and get boundaries. And if you're not getting boundaries, then well, look, you have to push the ball around the rest of the way. And then just wait for something. Talk about waiting for something. He got a short one, and what a bounce it took. That was an awkward bounce. The man was flying coming in. He couldn't get under to catch it, but it pitched and it hopped on him, and it went right over his head, almost like a goalkeeper. He pushed it over the bar, but it went for 4 runs.
Well, he's thinking about that audience down in that region now. He sent one their way, thanking them for showing up today. And our Bandu getting into some more rhythm in his innings. 43 for 4. He scored after 6.
So we have another opportunity here. Another opportunity here, and I just stifled appeal, but they're really hunting wickets here now. Trying to see if they could really break the back of this Waterloo Sports batting lineup and just get among the tail enders. But Webber is doing an amazing job with his left-arm orthodox. And once again, the batsman having difficulty getting at the bowlers. Webber is doing a fantastic job, just giving them enough flight to keep them interested. and ensuring that they don't really score with any big extravagant shots. Singles, I think they'll live with that.
They're going to have to get through Javon Weber's remainder of his spell without letting any further damage occur. First order of importance for them.
And hammering this one away down to long off.
You see just there's a pretty decent gap there between that long off field and the extra cover field. Look, they just looked to place that a bit better and could have gotten 2, maybe 4.
Another one played out into the deep, and just again, they don't challenge the arm. You could see the fielder underarming the ball. He's not throwing it in with any great deal of pace. And so I think they could probably take the risk of going for a second run. This time he hammers down to long on. And once again, it's just slightly bubbled, but it doesn't go far away from the fields one. So another single to end the over, and at the end of it, it's 47 for 4.
Well, no further wickets there to Javon Weber's tally, but brilliant spell of 3 for 10 for him today. 47 for 4 with 3 to go.
And those are fantastic figures, 3 for 10 from his 2 overs. You would think the ball was turning square. Or it was some kind of a sticky dog wicket.
He was trying not to turn it more than anything.
And maybe that is what threw off the batsmen. They were all used to him spinning the ball. And today he decided he's going to use the arm ball to good effect. And maybe just 1 or 2 might just spin away from them.
That's Dave Mohammed.
So tadpole. Former Trinidad and Tobago West Indies Chinaman googly bowler.
Oh, this is the Dave Mohammed.
Yep.
So Jason Mohammed this morning, and well, I knew it wasn't the Jason Mohammed, so wasn't sure what to expect here. Of course, with this man coming into the attack, things get harder here.
And he's such a good fielder to his own bowling, so you always have to be on your P's and Q's as the batsman as well. You want clarity of thought, you know. Don't want any mix-up in the running between the wickets. Early calls, and if you make a decision, commit to that decision and go. Especially when Dave Mohammed is fielding to his own bowling. And that one went right through him. The keeper, he might have gotten a touch. Did he get a touch to take it away from the keeper? We'll see. And he did. The umpire got no signal, but they only got the 1 run.
Well, apart from the first innings of the first game, it hasn't been the day for the keepers. I've seen many a ball go through them, just running away to the boundary.
And here's another one that squirts off the inner portion of the batsman, trying to play a totally different shot than in a direction far away from where the ball ended up.
No dots in the over so far, so good on the batsman for at least looking to get that single each ball.
And again, this one is gone. That goes a long way. And really, Mohammed giving him the opportunity, and he took it up nicely. But if I was Dave Mohammed, I wouldn't be too put off by that, because He seemed to change his mind with the shot. He was probably trying to sweep it, and then he went a little bit with a bit of a different bat angle. And he has one going right through him. There's a stifled appeal, but now that is worrying because everything else was bouncing. This one stayed down. And another one. Well, so after being carted over mid-wicket, he rebounded beautifully and finished off the over in style. 56 for 4 after 8.
Certainly the response you would expect from someone with class of Dave Muhammad. 9 runs in the over.
But they need all of them because they haven't really got nowhere. They have 2 overs, they have 12 balls. What kind of a target can they post now?
Also, given what we've seen, it seems par score here will be
75, 80.
Well, those par scores, regardless, seem to be not winning scores.
We had a 91, we had a 95. So you probably need to get up to 100 to give yourself a chance.
That's a difficult thing for the batsmen because they know that these scores are underneath 100 aren't being winning totals, which is why on each occasion we've seen them go hard early on. Then you lose that momentum through the middle and it's difficult to get back. This is the Fulton power play over now.
So Rajkumar it is, entrusted with the ball, and that's a good delivery. Batsman just seemed pinned to the crease, but he seemed pinned to the onside. The ball was going across him to the offside.
Well, fine leg has run away again.
So again, they're juggling the personnel. There's a third man now, and the deep mid wicket has come into the circle. So again, a wide delivery here. So they're trying to mix it up here. But if he's going to go across the batsman, the bowler has to be, the angles have to be right because you know he wants to take it as far away from as possible. He can't start it wide though. And this one is cracked away nicely. That's going to go close to the boundary. Just kept in. That's good cricket. And the batsmen are going to be content with 2.
Definitely with that angle as you were talking about. No surprises as to why that third man fielder was put in the deep there. Saw him in action right away.
So to their credit, the Southeast Zone have put together a pretty decent plan here in the field. The bowlers know where they want to go all the time, and they're restricting scoring as much as possible. And this fella seems happy about that.
He's been certainly bringing joy all day.
Nevertheless, it's about runs here now, so somebody's going to have to bite the bullet. But the bowlers are not cooperating.
Of course, the wind has certainly picked up as the sun has come out throughout the day as well. Look closely at the clouds, you can see them moving at a decent pace.
Pace is the operative word here. Can they get some pace out of this wicket? The batsman would like some so they could get the ball away, and that's a good shot, but guess what? It's just a single. The wicketkeeper tried to, I suppose he tried to trap the ball, half volley it, and for some reason he just seemed to overbalance as he was catching the ball off the turf. And it wasn't a question of a run out or anything like that. He was just there to try to tidy up the throw. and somehow he ended up flat on his buttocks. Well, he had to roll over and everything. So 59 for 4. This is the 9th over, the penultimate over in progress. And coming into the pads, not out, says the umpire. And that will end the over at 59 for 4. 9 completed.
A brilliant over there. That being the Fulton power play over as well, would have had less protection in the deep and really squeezed them for runs. 59 for 4 with 1 over to go is definitely going to be a score that Waterloo might not be too happy with in the end.
Can they get to 75?
Have to see if Dave Mohammed in their way is going to make it as difficult as he can.
So when you consider they got that 6 in his first over, but even though they got the 6, right, they only got 8 runs from the over, all told. Actually 9, it was 47, and then he got it up to 56. That last over only went for 3. Bowled him. Right through he goes, playing across the line of the ball. There is Bandu, and he goes for 17.
Second time for the day we've seen some wrist spin bowl in the last over, and second time for the day we're seeing it being successful here. Generous flight given, and it dropped onto the stumps there. 59 for 5 now as Bandu leaves the crease. Rick Cassie is going to await a new batting partner.
Yeah, the run's just not coming for them. I was thinking 75, but when you lose a wicket in the very first ball of the final over, and you're scratching your head.
Oh, you were saying, was it Waterloo that won the game last week? Or was it Southeast?
Southeast won their game last week when they played against the, was it Northern Stars?
Well, given that it was Southeast,
yeah, West Side Unstoppables.
Had it been Waterloo, I was going to ask why they made all these changes.
But this has been a good, concentrated bowling effort. And again, Dave Mohammed pitching right up. And
yes. Apart from a fine leg, there's just apart from a fine leg, everyone else in the leg side is deep out on the boundary.
And he pitching again. There's a appeal for stumping. Not out, says the umpire. Ball taken cleanly there by Peak. And it's almost like if the umpire was, the wicketkeeper breaks in first, and then had to go. They go for 1. This could be interesting here. The second one, the return is a strong one, and they might get a third because it's going down into the deep. Well, it didn't even go to the deep. The ball just seemed to settle right there, and nobody was able to,
to
get it.
Region I was just talking about. That's the only fielder inside the 30-yard circle on the leg side. Everyone else way out in the deep.
Yeah, the return was a ferocious one. I don't know if he expected the Dave Mohammed to catch that one.
It really came at Dave Mohammed quite hard. I don't know if he thought Dave Mohammed had just started his career. A real spring chicken.
And he had on the gloves. 'Cause that was a bullet return. Now, had he caught it, he probably would have gotten the batsman out, run out. But that throw would have had to been very accurate. This one is hit in the air. There is a fielder coming in, trying to get there, but he couldn't get there. Diving effort, and they got two, and he might get the run out eventually. Yes, he does. Well, he didn't get the catch, but he got it, picked himself up, got the return in, a good return to Dave Mohammed, and the run out is on.
Much better throw in this time, resulting in that run out finally, and Dave Mohammed makes no fumble. This time that throw came to him exactly where he would have wanted it.
So is it Ramroop who goes run out for 3, and it's now 62 now for 6. Or should it be 64 now?
One delivery remains. How much can they get the score up to? It's certainly not seeming like it's enough at this point. Ajay Lachman, number 8.
He's just come out to face one ball, well, one legal delivery. Mohammed probably trying to see if he could squeeze them out here with another wicket quickly.
This is as much a license as you have, a free license. Just hit this last ball.
What we call, you're playing with house money now. It doesn't matter. You know, you just swing for the fences. Mohammed being very meticulous here, trying to see if he can.
Well, he has brought someone else in the circle on that leg side now.
In front of the wicket, because there's the only one on the behind square. There's a short, squarish, fine leg.
It was him who had run all that way up the field previously.
Yep. So they'll get just a single. Mohammed thought he had gone past him there, and Lachman got a single to end. They will end on 65 for 6 from their 10 overs, and again the main contribution coming from Bandu made 17, 12 to Cassie. Not much else to talk about there, but that one brilliant over. 3 for 10 from Brandon Williams from his 2 overs, and I think he would have been the star of the show.
Oh well, certainly one of the mainstays of that bowling attack. Him alongside Weber.
Yep. So 66 for 6 is the final tally. It means that the Southeast Zone, they will need 67 runs in 10 overs. We'll get to their reply when we come back.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. All right. Oh, there's our
tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy getting down the road.
I say home is where the heart is.
Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's all.
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is.
Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home. Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is.
Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy getting down the road.
I say home is where the heart is.
Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's all.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy getting down the motor.
I say home is where the heart is. Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's all.
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a pass through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy getting down the motor.
I say home is where the heart is. Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's all.
I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy licking down the mall.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a pass through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home. Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy licking down the mall.
I say home is where the heart is. Every one of a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart just like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home.
Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva, where we're getting ready for the Southeast Zone reply. They need 67 runs in 10 overs. That's after they restricted Waterloo to 66 for 6 in their innings. So this is where it's all going to be told in the next 10 overs or less. We just have to wait to see if it goes. But even though it's a small total, again, it's expected to be the type of score that we've seen all along, that sometimes it could prove tricky, but the good thing is that in this tournament so far, we've seen teams go aggressively at the small totals, and in the end they kind of cruise home after that. As I say, good evening once again to Dylan.
So in that first game, went very aggressively at that small total, got there around 4 overs. Even the game just before this was total in the 90s, got there with an over to spare. So see that aggression working out more times in the second innings than the first.
So it should be well, we look forward to seeing if they can continue with their dominance in that regard. So Southeast. Southeast last week they opened with Elijah Sinclair, but he's not in their team today. Keaton Mahabir. So a wide delivery first up, and certainly not what the doctor ordered there. And Southeast will take that gleefully.
Well, a freebie first up. Quick single there.
Hassan Ali, yep. And that's one of the ways where you can it's one of the ways that you can do it, is to take quick singles.
Stands there with a slip in place as well.
Hassan Ali pitching up, they're over pitching really, and got away with that one.
Well, that ball was really struck hard, but straight towards that fielder at cover.
Keaton Mohabe on strike now.
Has taken out that slip now. Enforce that cover ring of fielders.
That's another one. And Keaton Mohabir, who is on strike now, he's coming off an unbeaten 53 last week. Himself, Zayn Mirage, also chipped in with 24 to see them home. They were chasing a small total, again 83. And they made it in 7.2 overs. And this one is going to go down to the fine leg boundary. Good diving effort there. And he's coming from way over in the third man region and sprinted across there, Rashad Shah, and limited them to 2 runs. So that's a brilliant effort on his part.
He got a hefty amount of field to cover to get towards that ball and did well in the end. Restricting 2.
And again, another wide delivery. So Hassan Ali has to tighten up here. You already have a small total to defend. You don't want to gift them runs. This is the 3rd wide of the over so far.
He's already completed a full over. And that's where he would want to be.
Yeah, but play on a miss there. Can he finally get over the line here? Cut away nicely, and he's out. Cut it, thought he was going to get it over the inner ring, and instead he picked out the man in that short 3rd man position just on the 30-meter line, so he has to go. And for just one, actually he's came without scoring. Keaton Mahabir. Cricket really is a cruel game.
Of course, that 50 you would have gotten in that previous game, and now a doctor start off this southeast zone reply.
And there is the character across his screen. Doesn't seem very happy. So Zain Mirage is the new batsman. So Elijah Sinclair was the one who got out for a duck. And it was Zain Mirage and Mahabir who saw them home, who did the bulk of the scoring. Now Mahabir is the one who is out for a duck. And so let's see if Sinclair and Mirage can do the trick for the team now. Just welcome you home here, Caribbean Airlines, with the Village T10. And a big shot to start things off here, Mirage. Didn't really take a look, he just went after the first delivery he saw, and that is confidence for you, but that's risky business as well. The end of the first over, it's 6-1.
Felt nothing but strong wind on his bat on that occasion, Zain Mirage.
So 6 for 1 off the first over. Up to the Waterloo bowlers to bail their team out here. The batsmen didn't get it done for them, so they're going to rely on their bowlers and fielders to give them a chance.
Ajay Lachman, wicket, first ball through Elijah Sinclair. He's going to go back for 1 today. Duck last day, 1 today.
Yeah, this is good bowling. And really trying to go across the line of the goal. And Lachman picks up an early wicket.
Well, apart from those 3 wides we saw in that first over, it's really been some destruction here from the Waterloo bowlers to begin things. 61 and 53 looks quite simple on paper.
Okay, but you're going to need wickets. So this is Brian Peaks, or PK as they call him.
Have another look at it. It came in with the wind, targeting the stumps, not doing too much off the pitch. Just tight, accurate bowling.
So 61 from 53, and they having difficulty getting the innings started. And sometimes these low-scoring matches can create the most interest and the most excitement, as well as the most tension.
Low-scoring T10 and T20 matches always have that extra flair. You have that complete contest between bat and ball. Does make it quite entertaining, almost like you're watching a mini test match.
Short ball punched away nicely, and that's going to do quite nicely, thank you, as he was short outside the off stump, and Pegu's just lent on it.
Too short and too wide, no protection out there. As long as he got it through that gap, that was all he needed to do. Up to 10 now. Some small 10-run targets they'll have to keep in their mind, and once they work with that, they'll be home in no time.
Right up in the block hole this time. That's good bowling, not giving him much swinging room there. And he did the smart thing too. He didn't try to go across the line, as so many others have done. And again, picking him off. So good, sensible batting, not trying to be too cute early in the innings. And again, just too short. Got away with that one there, but could have been cost him so much more. In the end, he just got just a single, and it's 12 for 2 after 2 overs.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Easy win there, boys. Come on, guys. Easy, boys. Easy, easy.
So an opportunity here now. Rick Cassie is going to do the honors with the ball. starts with a wide. So it's just those little things here. You just don't want to relieve pressure. You have the team in a bind at the moment. Don't let them get out. And here's the one drilled down the ground.
Back up, back up, back up.
But he did the smart thing,
Come
just
on, David.
limiting
Come on,
them
let's
to
keep
just
it.
the
Come on,
one
boy.
run.
Come in. So hard work. Thank you. Come on, guys. Come on, boys.
So Brian Pegas. Some adjustment in the field for him. They know he's a big hitter when he wants to. So there's a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket. And here he is cutting away. That's going to run to the boundary as well. And it goes bouncing over the line for 4 runs at backward point.
Well, that cameraman down there was almost in the firing line. Does not look like a no-nonsense character. Wants to get on with the game here as quickly as possible, and also looking to target those gaps as well, rather than just hitting everything hard.
Yeah, you have to be sensible how you go about chasing a total like this.
Just twice so far he's feasted on that ball being just a bit too wide and short.
This time he's given this one the full charge, and that goes into the side screen for 6. And he would probably tell you he didn't hit it as well as he was hoping to, but he still cleared the field quite easily.
Well, it was pitched up to him and he hit it straight back where it came from, minimizing whatever risk there would have been going any further across the line. Just like that, the run rate has gone under 6 runs and over. Just this one big over so far, making things even more comfortable.
And he goes again looking for more. Into the gap it goes. There is a fielder out there. And they thought for a moment about 2 runs. But Pegas decided against any risk. He will be happy with the single.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Certainly a hefty gap out in that region as well.
Maharaj trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over from his end. Almost gave it away there. Went cutting, late cutting. Hassan Ali. Or Cassie rather. And that's a good shot. Just a single, although it has to be said, had he picked it up cleanly, who knows, Maharaj might have been struggling to get in at the non-striker's end. But the end of a pretty productive over for the Southeast Zone. They move from 6 for 2. It's 26 for 2 now.
Definitely put some more pressure on the batsman between the wickets. There was certainly a chance if he had just been a bit more intent on that piece of fielding.
Yeah, it's like you don't have any margin for error, especially in the field now. So when you get those sort of half chances, you want to take full advantage of it. Even if you don't get the decision, but at least execute the play and put the pressure, keep the pressure on the batsman.
And something too in this format where games are so short, you tend to remember those instances more so than throughout the course of 5 days of cricket. It's high intensity, every single ball you have to be switched on.
So Gino Balram. He's going to pick up the attack from the southern end. And, need something special here. They cannot allow partnerships to form. That's a recipe for disaster for them. So they have to keep taking wickets. That's the one way to derail a run chase, or especially a small target. And that's cut away wide of the man at backward point, and that's 4 runs. Down it goes to the bamboo patch down there. Just what the doctor ordered. You could see him throwing the bat at it outside the off stump. He didn't even reconsider whether to play the shot or not. He was committed to it, and he got 4 runs.
Well, it's quite interesting when I look at the field. There's all of those deep fielders seem to be out on the offside boundary, and that's exactly where he was able to get that boundary away. So they seem definitely intent bowling more towards that offside line, but Zayn Mirage didn't seem too disturbed by that.
Yeah, if you're going to feed him there, then he's going to keep playing that shot. And, it looks like a shot that he's capable of playing. It also looks like a shot that he wants to play. He likes playing it. So he's probably going to just continue to swing the bat outside the off stump. So the ball is back, much to everyone's delight. Not sure if the bowler is happy that the ball is back, Gino Balram, but he'll have to try again. And again, but this time he can't get it through. But he was flirting with danger there, Balram, because another short ball, giving him the opportunity to play the cut shot, he just didn't place it well. And again, a late decision to whether to play or not to play. He was trying to maybe go with a big shot across the line. Then at the last minute, when the ball started to dip on him, he just kind of dropped the bat in it and played it out on the onside, closed in the face.
Good change of delivery, and you see that intensity in the field as well, just keeping those batsmen honest.
And that's a good shot. He's going down through extra cover. There's a man running around from the boundary, and he makes a meal of it. He seemed to cover it, seemed to have everything behind it, and at the very last minute, Rashad Shah misses the ball. It just seemed to trickle under him, and 4 runs. You cannot just give away runs like that. He would have been better off stopping the ball and then just picking it up after. And once again, they're going for a quick single. They're going to have to hurry. And again, because all of the men on the offside are back at the edge of the circle, that's an easy single in there if you place the ball well. And if you take some of the pace off of it. I don't think he intended to take the pace off of it. He just mistimed the shot. And they were able to get the single. Watchful is Pegus to end the over. And at the end of that over, it's 35 for 2 now after 4.
That is an interesting thing as well when you look at how you could drop the ball, sort of take a lot of pace off of it skillfully with the bat and get that single in regions where it might seem that you might have to rush it. But of course, in the shortened format, you always go in at the ball with so much power that it's difficult to sort of change last minute and release that. You are looking for those quick singles in between the boundaries.
You could see the cycling velodrome in the distance. You just see the top of the roof of the Addo Bolden Stadium, and in between them, the aquatic center is there. Big sporting complex here in Balmain, Couva. And that's when he's playing it immediately and set off for what in the end turned out to be a very easy single. So these two have added 30 runs from 18 deliveries. And attack on another one.
Come on, guys.
So they're doing the smart things. If you're not going for boundaries, take the singles, rotate the strike.
Completely on top of the Waterloo attack right now.
And, another one again. Once the bowler angles the ball into the pads like that, any kind of contact is going to net you at least one run. And again, there is no fine leg. So if that ball is only deflected fine, again, Shah is going to have to do a lot of running. Yeah, they go for the single they wanted, no. And but on this occasion, the fielder couldn't pick it up. So
as soon as I saw no fine leg, I knew you were going to notice that as well.
Mirage was almost overcommitted there. He came sprinting down. Seeing Mirage. And that play on a miss, that's a good delivery. Just touching down outside the off stump. No real pace there, but he's the type of bowler that what we will call a net bowler. He's the type of bowler that you could see the ball, so you always feel you have a chance to hit it because you're seeing it all the way. But he just seems to get a little movement off the wicket. His action, you could see he has like a big wrist action at the very end that that helps him to move the ball a little bit. And this time, a much more comfortable single. And so another over comes to an end. Mirage is 14. Pegus is 18. It's 39 for 2 now after 5.
Good over there from Dinesh Samula. Just 4 runs coming from it. No extras, no wickets though. But keeping things tight.
But that's the problem. You get a good over from one end, but then they start to leak runs in the next over at the other end. So you don't have that consistency, that sort of double barrel attack where you squeeze at one end and you do a similar thing at the other end. So you just try to frustrate the batsmen. You build pressure on them and try to get them to get themselves out or get themselves in trouble. Try to invent runs that are not there. So it looks like Balram is going to continue. Didn't bowl the best first over, but he's going to try again. Conceded 9 off his first over. So they need 28 runs off 30 balls. And again, going down the leg side, and you're really flirting with danger there.
Well, you can't do that. Very much favoring an offside field here. 6 on the offside, 3 on the onside. And no one at that fine leg region.
There is a backward square just behind the umpire and a mid-wicket at the edge of the circle. And now that mid-wicket comes into play, makes a good stop, and limiting them to just the 1 run. That's good cricket. So now it brings the in-form Zain Mirage on strike. And again, another comfortable single. You could see the bowler almost was ready to appeal because he thought he was going into the pads. But Mirage just kept his head steady and just played it on the onside as the ball ducked into him.
Waited till the absolute last moment to play it.
And a wide signal by the umpire. Big hee-ho there by Pegas. And they'll be pleading for a big over here. They need something. Can't just give away wides and extras. Now they're going for another quick single and they'll get it too. There's nothing the fielders could do to prevent that. They're so deep that you kind of like have to bite the bullet here. Somebody's going to have to come in to attack those quick singles. Either the man at cover or the man at extra cover, or do what they're doing now. Bring a man over, but you have to get somebody inside. You can't, all of them cannot be back on the edge of the circle. So 1 or 2 of them would have to attack the ball.
Yeah, that backward square is now going across to the offside now.
Yep. And that's a good shot, but again a tough bounce, and it goes racing away to the point boundary for 4 runs.
So he has 7 fielders on the offside and still able to find a gap there. Wonderful timing and placement from batsman Zain Mirage.
Yeah, we've seen this movie before, haven't we? Just a week ago. He was 24 not out to see his team over the line. He's on 19 right now. And they need a further 19 runs from 26 balls. So the pressure easing just a little bit on the batting team. And a gift there for him. He could have turned that away, but he missed it and took a lash somewhere in the rib, in the midsection there.
And if it was just a bit of that bounce we've been seeing throughout the day as well, just catching him by surprise.
So 6 overs completed, 48 for 2. So they need 19 runs, and they have
one
more ball in this over to go. I thought they were good, but they were so concerned with him. He looked like he was in some real pain. And but again, you see what I was talking about. That ball was drifting into his body. Had he been able to touch it, and now they've gone deep into the cover region. The man is out there sweeping.
But really, yes, on that delivery there, he could have just tucked it away. No one behind square on the onside. 49 for.
So the over comes to an end now. 49 for 2 now. 6 completed. So they have 24 balls to get 18 runs. See the big fella in the distance there. He doesn't seem too happy. I don't know if he would like to get the ball and maybe wrong his arm a little bit. Jadunanan and Balram and Jadunanan, remember they opened the batting. But Balram was the first to go, 10 for 1. And it was 31 for 2.
You know, Brian Pegas just signaling for something from the dressing tent.
Don't know if he needs his cap, so they're going to dispense with the helmet. So yes, he decided he's going to keep his cap. So Ajay Lachman is going to continue because Ajay bowled 1 over earlier, and so this is right arm over the wicket. Indar Bandhu. And that's when he's out caught. Hit it straight to the man, and is out caught at that extra cover position. Didn't get over it and hit it straight to him there, Mirage. And he departs.
Came from absolutely nowhere. That wicket was just about a Yorker length delivery there, coming on at a slow pace from the bowler, and just notched it straight to that cover fielder.
Catch it, Fox. Yeah, man.
Good catch. Taken there was at Cassie. It was Rick Cassie who took the catch. So Webber is the new batsman.
He was certainly a handful in the first innings. 3 wickets in his first over and really knocked the life out of that innings. Now we will have his say with the bat.
The umpire just waiting for the man for all the players to be in their assigned playing positions. And this one is cracked. That's another brilliant shot. And talk about a way to get cracking. First ball, 6.
Well, whether it be with the bat or ball, Javon Webber wastes no time getting into the action. 3 wickets in his first over earlier today, and a 6 off of his first ball to really put them in full control here. And likely Hunters being dispatched for that ball as well in that region where a bit of the bamboo has been trimmed.
That's an incredible shot. It's incredible, not so much just for the shot, but that's the first ball he's facing. He just leant into it and deposited him over long off for 6 runs. As easy as that. In other words, he's trying to tell Mirage that is how you hit when the ball over pitches to you. Don't give him a sniff.
Well, to be fair, I think the delivery Mirage got was a bit fuller, a bit closer to that Yorker. This one was more of a rank full delivery.
And again, but he's pulling it this time. There's a man running in from that deep mid wicket. Certainly they would have considered 2, but they decided against it and settled for the single. So Webber is quickly on to 7 now. Pegas, who's on 20.
Brian Pegas now.
Decided to pat that one back to the man at that short extra cover position where they got a wicket earlier. And this one, he's trying to blaze it through the offside, comes off the under edge. Luckily, didn't go back towards the stumps.
Gave that one generous flight.
And he's gone with it, gone with it, gone with it. The fielder is backing and backing and backing. And then he ran out of real estate. And it's gone for another 6. So the breeze just took it. He didn't seem to hit it that hard, Pegas. But it just kept going. And with the wind, it just went all the way. 62 for 3 now after 7.
It's a legendary mango tree in these areas. Many a 6 will go down there, and many a chance to the fielders also in that region. This time it's a 6 and brings the required runs down to just 5 more remaining.
And they take the power play now. So to rub salt in the wound here.
As a fielding captain, you always want to look at that power play as a extra chance, extra options to get you wickets. Always want to keep your shoulders high in those instances and never let the batting team who takes that power play feel like they're on top.
Lachman. And I don't know if he was committed to playing a defensive shot, but that was a rank long hop that he could have probably belted anywhere, Weber. Instead, he just patted it back along the wicket. This is what he was waiting on, and that's why end it in style with a maximum.
Yeah, I think if Javon Weber got to the crease and it is first ball for 6, he was just waiting for a more opportune delivery there to finish it off with. Surely likes to be a showman himself. And what a brilliant display it was for him today. Finishing things off with 2 massive 6s and those 3 wickets that he picked up earlier. So that's the Southeast Zone team. Finishing things off quite comfortably here in the Caribbean Airlines T10 tournament.
So Southeast winning by 7 wickets.
Southeast Zone winning by 7 wickets in the end with 2 overs and 4 deliveries remaining.
So again, Sinclair made 1, Mahabir made a duck, Zain Mirage made 20, and Pegas was 26 not out. And with that, with those 2 swings of the bat, Javon Weber was 13 not out, 26 not out to Brian Pegas. So congratulations to them. Southeast winners by 7 wickets, and we'll see them again tomorrow for the semi-final round. Welcome back to the National Cricket Centre, where the artificial lights are on, but they haven't taken full effects as yet. That's because we still have some natural light with us, but it's going to be Aaron Sinclair who's going to open the bowling from around the wicket with a big swinging Yorker that was just kept out there by Alvarado Bryce. As the news is here that Felicity Youths, or the Sitar Felicity youngsters, up against Moses Lendor Cricket Academy. And the Felicity Youths won the toss and they opted to bat first. They're the team in blue. And the team in bright yellow, that's the Moses Lendor Cricket Academy. So Alvarado Bryce, it's off the mark. He's at the non-strikers end. It brings Randy Ramnanan onto strike now. A wide delivery, and it will stay a wide. It touched down and then it just kept going. Not a bad delivery because you could see it start in one line and then it just curved away, but it started a little too wide for the umpire's liking. These umpires have been very strict almost all day today. Again, swinging hard. There is width on offer, but you have to be so careful unless you could actually get out there to it. But that's exactly what Sinclair is probably hoping for, that you chase a wide delivery and get an edge. I'm sorry, Ramjatan will be only too happy to accept a catch behind there right now. They need an early wicket. That will be just what the doctor ordered. And especially if they could get a couple more. Short ball, trying to pull it, but I think he kind of gave up on it. He was too early, and then he just kind of ducked out of it. Didn't really try to go through with it. So this is our fourth and final game for today. Tomorrow is semi-finals and finals day. Short ball again, flicked away. He didn't really pull it hard. He just kind of got the bat into line and then just helped it on its way. And it's spooned up in the air. Didn't really travel to mid-wicket, but he'll take the single all the same.
So both batsmen off the mark now. Interestingly, the team winning the toss in this final game opted to bat first after all the teams in the previous games would have won chasing.
Yeah, that is kind of like bucking the trend, if you know what I mean. Pitched up, driven nicely down the ground. There is a man down there from mid-on, or from long-on rather, who came charging in to limit them to just the one run.
It does seem that they're more prepared to give themselves a few deliveries to get in, knowing that they elected to bat first. Times it's even just on a mental scale, having that decision in your own control.
Sinclair driven down the ground it goes. Again, the man down there is coming into play and does very well indeed. Got the ball early in his hands and released it just as quickly. 5 without loss at the end of over number 1.
And this is the Caribbean Airlines Village T10 Cricket Tournament, and tomorrow is a special day, Mother's Day. Caribbean Airlines is encouraging each and every one of you out there to bring your mothers to enjoy some T10 cricket tomorrow, and there's going to be many fun and prizes on offer as well as freebies as well, so make sure you turn up and bring all your loved ones.
you.
Matthew Constantine. So Matthew Constantine is the bowler.
So coming in from that northern end.
And this one goes aerial. That's gone a long, long way. That's a good shot. And the first maximum of the innings.
Well, the first over was about all the time they gave themselves to get in. This time going hard at that over, that extra cover region. And landing just over that boundary rope and going up even into that hilly area.
And this is kind of like, this is the yin and yang, so to speak. The batting team almost always like to get an early boundary. And then they could kind of milk their way through the rest of the over if they don't get anything to hit. The bowling team, on the other hand, they want to avoid giving up an early boundary, and in this case, a 6. So now he's under a little bit of pressure here now. And that too will have to be done over. Seen a fair amount of wides today. Almost every game, every innings. And again, the man out in the deep coming into play. He wants a second run, but Alvarado Bryce doesn't seem too interested. Although it looked like it had 2 runs in it.
One of the personnel on the deep boundary, other place that long on. Well, going to have some adjustments now for the left-hander. Going to remain the same field.
Heavy offside.
Offside all in the circle, so he wouldn't want to stray too far on the offside.
And
he'd also not want to stray there.
Yep. You don't want to. You have a pretty good ring of fielders on the offside. Put them to use. And don't put it on the pads where you're a man short on that side. You're 4 as opposed to 5 on the offside. Again, the delivery coming into the left-handed Bryce.
Could also look at, regarding that toss result, is how different the pitch might play in this evening session. Lights now in effect. Of course, it might probably get better to bat later on, but still looking to break that trend.
Plus the question of whether dew kicks in and the gripping of the ball becomes a factor. And that's another smash. And that one goes over the top. It's going down to the boundary. It's rolling. Into the fence it goes. And that's 4 more.
Well, just a bit wide on that occasion, and as we was discussing, you go too wide given that offside ring, you could easily just chip it above them and you don't have anyone else after to worry about. Randy Ramnanan hit that boundary. So when he took that single, he was ready to come back for that second rather quickly, but Alvarado Bryce seemed to have already spotted that it was going to go away for 4 and didn't really look too set on running.
Conserving energy. Alvarado Bryce.
Change the field, some more protection on the offside now. That cover sweeper and long off.
Again, the swing. Can't control the swing. So he has to probably start that closer to the off stump and then just let it tail away by the time it gets to the batsman.
Of course, a difficult task given that the wind is gonna drift it in.
And that's more like it. Although it's smashed away on the onside, it's going to race away to the boundary. There's no way he's catching up to that one. It just seemed to gather pace as it went through that forward square leg position, almost a wideish mid-wicket, and down to the boundary it goes for 4.
Well, he's really not able to bowl to a specific plan here. First was looking more towards that leg side field now, force the offside field, and just can't get the radar right. 19 coming from his over so far.
And Ramlanan is the one who's feasting at the moment. This one off a tickish outside edge, and they will come back for the second run on this occasion. So a pretty expensive over. The first one from Constantine, and at the end of it it's 26 without loss. And you consider they had 5 runs on the board after the first over. So it meant they accumulated 21 runs in the second over. Or sprinkled with a couple of wides inside of there. They hurt you more than anything else.
Quite different from the previous games you would have witnessed. First overs starting off quite frantically, and then second over we see 1 or 2 wickets falling and then momentum shift. But now they've seemed to have gotten that building of the innings correct. Also notice that the sun has set and all those spectators now spread out some more, not hiding for shade.
So Adi Ramsaran.
So Adi Ramsaran now enters from the southern end.
And it's good that some of these youngsters get an opportunity to showcase their talents and to be entrusted with the responsibility to bowl, especially in a big game like this one. Probably will have a few butterflies, but I think he probably just has to put that behind him and just focus on the task at hand. Has some good protection out in the deep on the onside. And this one is hit. Not again, Bryce kind of trying to muscle it. Didn't really take advantage of it. Miscued it, although he got it past the bowler. He probably could have done a lot better with that.
Bowler Ramsaran there was leaping to try to get a fingertip to it, but wasn't quite there for him.
I think they're probably going to need to get some rags out there for the bowlers, because already I think you could see gripping the ball could become a bit of an issue as they go through this evening.
Don't usually see dew forming this early in the evening.
But I'm just looking at the way the players are treating the ball. Almost everybody is trying to dry it. And that's a good delivery. Not taken by the wicketkeeper, but Ranjatan kept it close.
Well, that ball must be a bit moist. It certainly skidded through.
Try and scramble a quick single here. Good effort in the field. Preventing it from going past him. That is always a tricky position there, that short third man backward point position. Not the easiest place to field.
Might not be the easiest place to field, but it certainly breeds some stunning fielders.
Yeah, and the key is to read the batsman and read the spin of the ball. And Bryce getting one that is coming into him, angling down the leg side. I don't think the batsman was too worried, but you could see the angle that the ball is taking. It isn't spinning. But it's kind of carving into him. They go for one. They should get a second, and they will get it too. Good fielding, good effort in the field, but he had to come from, as you say, come from a mile away, out in the distance, and by that time the batsmen had helped themselves to two more.
It's an easy two there. They knew as soon as they took it that they could have gotten two. Only deep fielders in that region.
Bryce again trying to carve this one away. Bowler has to be careful because the ball is angling in, and by the time it gets to the batsman, it seems to be headed down the leg side most times. Over number 3 is in the books, 31 without loss.
Hey, that's 2 off the line.
So you could see another bowler. So Samir Khan is the new bowler.
Thank you. Sam.
Again, they're hunting wickets here. They need a wicket just to slow down this pair a little bit, even though they haven't gotten away. But the more they stick around, the better a launching pad they'll be setting for the others to come. And by that time, men have license to swing at everything that is. And again, Lendo just passing on final instructions. Here's Khan, and that one is hit hard, but again, unfortunately, he seemed to have it covered, and then at the very last moment, the ball just seemed to bounce in front of him and almost like change tracks a little bit, and he was up instead of being down, and that fooled him there a little bit. Couldn't go back down. We always say it's easier to come up than to go down, so you better stay down or go down first and then come up with the ball. But don't try to go back down to get the ball. It's always more difficult to do so. So they've switched personnel, same field. They've just moved the long on, brought him into a sort of a backward point or a short third man position.
Sure, that's not always the greatest feeling, getting shifted from one position to another.
The ball seems to follow you sometimes. And a big swing outside that off stump. Just as we suspected, the ball follows him down the third man. Although they weren't running, it's another wide delivery. So don't give them easy runs. And here it goes again, and they're going to run for a quick single. And the return goes to the bowler's end. And by that time, Bryce was able to make it home safely. Bryce is trying to tug the ball on the onside, and I think he's been fooled with the bowler's action because the ball really isn't spinning that much. He's trying to go across the line. He probably needs to go straight with it, present a broader face of the bat.
Similar to what we saw from Weber, his first wicket when he took it. Batsman was going across the line.
Yep.
Ball went exactly 180 from where he wanted it to go.
So you're better off just playing straight
Bryce has certainly been more.
And the more work here, he must be thinking, why they didn't leave me down at the other end? Because since he's come here, almost every ball he's been involved. Player this probably say, why y'all move me from down at that end? I was happy down there.
Of course, also Bryce sort of encourages that sort of bowling to him because he more is going hard at the ball rather than looking to time it.
And again, the ball coming in on the angle, no turn away from the right-handers. And so they just have to understand that that instead of the ball gripping and turning away, as is the norm with the left-arm orthodox spinner, because he isn't imparting much spin on the ball, it's really a series of arm balls or straighter balls, and that just keep coming in on the angle, so it's going to come back at you. I know sometimes it's difficult because you're bred in the habit of playing for turn. Here's Bryce going with time. This time he makes good contact and deposits it on the little banking over cow corner.
That there is the reason Bryce would be up front. The true power that he has and that he can exhibit with the bat. Just a bit too short there from Samir Khan. Bryce now moves along to 17. Would have been his first 6 of the innings.
Yeah, so a lot of discussions there. The good thing though is like only one person is really speaking with him. He doesn't have 5 and 6 and 7 persons getting in his head. And he goes again. This one is in the air. It could be a catch. This is difficult because he was being spun around. He never located the ball in the air. And as a result, he had a tough time locating it before it hit the ground.
It took a long time looking around to try to locate it. In fact, because the time he was getting ready to take it, it was already halfway through his hands.
Yeah, and it kind of went over. When he turned this way, but the ball was coming down on this side of him. And by the time he located the ball, it was in front of him and over his left shoulder. Always difficult. And here's another one, hit straight down the ground. That's a brilliant shot, bisecting both the long off and the long on fielders. And that's 4 good-looking runs there for Alvarado Bryce. He goes screaming along. He's into the 20s now, is he? And should be 21 as well. He's up to 23 now.
Took him some time to get going, but certainly found his feet now. He's going to header from Nanan actually. They both gotten the Sital Felicity youngsters off to a great start here. 52 and 6 overs to go.
That was another very productive over. Alvarado Bryce in particular, 23 from 12. Very experienced man, Bryce. He's one of those individuals that, loves the game of cricket. He'll probably play cricket every day of the week if you give him a chance. From ever since youth days, he was that type of an individual. He just enjoyed batting for hours. So, see the youngster coming back in. Can he stem this run flow here? Can he really put a dent in it? And like I said, the best method to do that is to take wickets. They haven't had any so far. And that's another good powerful hit. Down the ground it comes. And The batsman will amble a single. So now Bryce. 23 from 12. Now can he continue his big hitting?
Ramsaran is going to come with the through the wicket angle just in front of the umpire.
And they hit it hard, but again he can't hold on to it, Ramsaran. They go for one. I think they're content with just the one run. But again, when fire is coming back at you, sometimes you're better off just getting out of the way. Luckily for him, he didn't damage his hand. You could see him trying to grip the ball, dry the ball, dry his hands. I think and off the wicketkeeper's pad onto the stumps. Some of the spectators might have been celebrating, saying finally he broke the partnership, but that was not to be. That he was well grounded in the crease there, Ramnanan. Another short ball that is dealt with beautifully. Again, you cannot err on the short side. These two batsmen are vicious pullers of the ball, and they'll make you pay.
It really has been a fine display of batting. One of the most sensible displays of batting we've seen throughout the day. They've not looked to do anything too funky and against the good deliveries, and each time a hard delivery has come their way, they have made sure to put it away in style.
Yeah, certainly an opportunity here for them to really build they've already set a good platform. Can they keep going now? And a better delivery there. A little bit of turn, just angling it away from the right-hander. You could see him reaching for it. That ought to do his confidence a world of good. Can he repeat it now? Short ball again. This time he's going through the offside. That's a long chase there. I don't think he's going to get there. That's 4 runs. Again, short and wide. And an opportunity to just free his arms. And that's 4 good-looking runs. Now Ramsaran is taking the lead here again.
It's
For Ramanan.
4th 4 of the innings so far.
62 now without loss. So these are some worrying times here for the youngsters. They need the Cricket Academy, the Moses Lendo Academy. Need somebody to put his hand up and give them a breakthrough. Is it Lendo himself who's going to do the job? So Lendo is going to try and see if he can't stem this run flow here.
Well, I didn't realize the team was named after a player.
Yeah, it's his academy. So they're all students of his. But it's probably just friends and, you know.
Haven't quite seen this one before.
Yep. People in the community who probably grew up with him. So they just play cricket together, which is fun. And you win together, you lose together is no big thing. And this one is taking him on the pad. He's out. First delivery from Lendo. Finally, Alvarado Bryce goes for 24. And what a bowling change.
Well, an inspired change from the man himself, Moses Lendo, and what a delivery to welcome Alvarado Bryce. Could reply nothing effective to it. gonna have to walk back to the Caribbean Airlines tent as another batsman from the team is about to join them.
And Glasgow, Kendall Glasgow, looks like the man making his way out.
And can't do much with that delivery. Most difficult delivery to bowl and bat against.
Glasgow is a strong man, built for power.
Hopefully isn't too much power or any broken glass
But the good thing
from Glasgow.
The good thing about some of these teams, they know each other so well. You know, they're all friends. They probably play a lot of cricket together or against each other. So they probably have a few words that they could share.
All in good fun, of course. That's the spirit of the Caribbean Airlines Village T10 cricket tournament.
Try to throw them off their game. But what a breakthrough, what a start this is for Moses Lendo. Now, can he continue with this? He still wants the adjustment. He's bringing the cover in, which makes sense. And but he has to be tight though, because there's no protection out in the deep on the offside. He's brought that man inside.
Well, I find it quite strange. He has that long off and then a fine-ish extra cover deep down in that region. So really expecting hits coming straight.
Yeah, you would like to think that one man could do that job. And here is this one. Nobody could touch that one. When it struck like that, you could have 20 players on the field. None of them is getting that one, because that one sailed over the head of the man at long on for 6 runs.
Lovely.
And that is his first scoring shot again. Where did we see that before?
So that just in that previous game, each of these batsmen so far who have batted in this innings have hit at least 1 6.
But that one was pure muscle. He just almost like just wound up and release it. Tries again, but look at where he is. Look at how he's end up square. And instead of going into the shot, he's like pulling away here, trying to hit it. I'm sure Lendo, if he was coaching, he would have told him what to do. But because he's bowling against him, he wouldn't venture.
Might be better advice to fall down like Rishabh Pant.
There he goes again, pulling away instead of really going into the shot. And Lendo is probably saying, well, you keep playing that shot and I will keep bowling like that. Moving it away from the right-hander. But if he only pitches it up an inch or two, and Glasgow swings that bat, even if it hits the edge, it is going to fly, it's going to travel. Here he goes again, just as I said. Once he's swinging the bat like that, it's like a full-blooded swing. So even if he hits the edge of the bat, it's going to take off. And like I was telling you earlier, these bats are expensive bats, and if I'm going to pay that much money for a bat, I better believe I'm using the edge as well. It's the end of the over. It's 72 now for one.
Of course, the trouble with that for the fielders is you hit the bat, so you hit the ball so hard with the bat, and you just swing freely or swing wildly. You might never know where it's gonna end up, so I just confuse the fielders in the end at some points.
Well, this is the difficult period here. This is the dusk period, where the artificial lights, they haven't really taken full effect as yet. The natural light has faded, and so now you're waiting for the artificial lights to really illuminate the field fully. It's still getting there. It's not there entirely just yet.
Of course, you also have those red tinges and hues of the sunset to deal with as well in your vision.
And any catch that goes up into the night sky could be a difficult catch. They're not easy when they go up in the air like that under these conditions.
Struggle with many a catch today.
So Jayan Joseph. Is it Jayan or should it be a deed? Jaden. Yes, thought so. Jaden Joseph. Pitches up and that's hit straight. That's going to come down to the man at long on. He bobbles it and they're going to go back for a second. He's going to have to hurry. But the return is way off target. So it's just those little things, and that's why a score, maybe a score of 1890 could swell to 100, 110 when you either bowl wides, no balls, or you misfield a lot, or you give them overthrows. And here he is swinging and bowled. He seemed to get himself into one big tangle and has to go. Oh yes, he played right over the ball, and that was a ball he could have easily on-driven, but he tried to hit across the line and paid the price. He goes for 32, bowled by Joseph.
Well, the scoreboard would say ball by Joseph, but I think he just did himself more than anything in the end, did Randy Ramnanan. Sizing up to play shot only he knows the end result of in the end, and ball going straight through him opened up the London Bridge.
Yeah, really, in the end it looked like an ugly shot, or attempt at a shot, I would have to say. Is it a T-bar alert batting this high up? So a T-bar alert makes his entry. He has had some decent scores in the past, but I don't know if he's a number 4 batsman. But I suppose in a T10 game, everybody's coming with one intention, which is to try to score as quickly as possible, and a T-bar alert is probably saying, why not me?
It could just be a pinch hitter role, given the start they've gotten off to.
And he cracks that one, the first one, down to deep cover. They've gone for one, but he fell down just as he was touching down, trying to maybe dip to go back for a second run, and he fell down. So that whole idea was aborted quickly.
Seems just a bit slippery on the dance floor out there. First was Ramnanan, and now Alert having that.
It wasn't too alert there.
He's alert enough to stop the run.
And that's another almighty hit, but that's a brilliant catch. Well. But that's Moses Lendo taking that catch there. Glasgow hit it hard, but then he has to go now for 10. And back-to-back wickets here for Jaden Joseph.
Wonderful catch. Came straight to him. Didn't have to do too much as far as repositioning himself. Just had to ensure that the hands were safe, and did that and a bit in the end.
Get his head out the way and make sure his hands stayed behind the ball. Brilliant catch indeed. What a fine over this is turning out to be. Really a brilliant catch, no matter how you look at it. And Glasgow must be considering himself a little bit unlucky, but he certainly struck it well.
Jaden Joseph just quietly picking up 2 wickets so far in this over. Really bringing the Moses Lendo team back into the game just a bit.
So again, 62 for 1. They're now 75 for 3. When you consider they started this over at 72 for 1. This young man, Jaden Joseph, is really giving his captain a real boost here now as they try to limit the damage at the back end. Deemsbeard. And that one is edging, going past the man at that short third man position and down to the boundary for 4.
Well, things are happening at a great pace here.
Diving effort again. We always said those are difficult positions to field. And he was diving at it, but he couldn't really corral the ball.
It's one of those positions there as well where he's going to have to constantly make up his mind about whether he wants to take the catch or save the runs.
And another powerful shot, but goes for nothing there. That ends a brilliant over from the young man. As 2 for 7 at the end of it, and at the end of over number 7, it's 79 for 3 now.
Of course, Caribbean Airlines Village T10 Cricket Tournament. Big day tomorrow, the finals, and also Mother's Day. Caribbean Airlines encourages you all out there watching to bring your mothers along, and Caribbean Airlines will certainly have a lot in store, a lot of fun and prizes in store. Big day tomorrow. First game gets underway at 2 p.m.
So 3 games on top for tomorrow. So now Moses Lendo is going to continue. He got a wicket, took a catch. Wow, can he keep it going? You can see him still wringing that hand there from that blistering catch he took. And that's a fine take there. Really spoiled Ramjatan going over to his left here. All of a sudden, you could see the Moses Lendo Cricket Academy as almost like they get this boost, this big lift here.
Quite athletic, went tumbling towards his left side.
So Atiba alert, you know, he's a brave man. He doesn't call for the helmet. Under these conditions, he'd be better advised to put on a helmet. And,
especially in this twilight period.
Alert is questioning the non-call from the umpire. He wanted a wide, but he's stepping away to swing to the onside, and instead of going across and trying to play the ball through the offside. And this time it's called a wide. And now Lendo is the one who puts his hands on his head because Alert looked as if he was just trying to get in line and get inside the line, and the ball passed closer to the leg stump than anything else. James Baird is on strike now. He, of course, would love to get going here. He's a big hitter. He does hit the ball a long way. Tall, rangy man. And he cracks that one down the ground. There's no way he's going to get to that from the moment it left the bat. You could just tell the power that he hit it with. And over pitching there was Lendo.
Pitch full and hit straight. Requiring a bit of pause just to search and recover. We need some assistance from those helicopters we saw earlier.
So the score now is up to 85 now. I don't want it to get too far out of reach, because then it puts pressure on their batsmen. Right now it's pressure on the fielders to retrieve the ball.
Each leaving the field one by one. Those two near the side screen just contemplating what it's worth looking for, and the teammates tell them found it.
Yeah, so it's but you could see the power, the awesome power that Baird struck that ball with. You could see the man at wideish long off. He was in the frame, but the speed at which the ball was traveling, you just knew that he couldn't get across in time to intercept it, and the ball beat him by a couple meters.
Even just the fact that the ball took so long to recover, even though it was just a grounded shot, means it would have raced off to wherever it would have bounced off after landing. Still plenty momentum remaining in the ball.
Lendo has to be careful here. Baird is the kind of man that could take the game away from you in a hurry if you don't control him, but he can give a good chance there. Lendo would be very unhappy with that. He had it in his sights, and then he just almost like he mistimed his jump and couldn't pull it down. And they were able to go back for a second run as well. So Baird living dangerously here. Could easily have been another wicket there, wicket number 4. Instead, it's 3 for 87 now. So Lendo certainly thought he had gotten his man. And can't do anything there. I'm not quite sure what a T-ball alert is trying to do. He's probably trying to elicit a return to the non-strikers end.
I'm trying to figure out why I saw that fielder race across from way down at cover.
And again, going past the wicketkeeper, he was trying to go down on go through the onside, and he missed it. Now, did the ball hit the bat? The umpire didn't signal, so he must have gotten a bit of an inside edge. Took it away from the wicketkeeper, and so he goes to 11 now, Baird. T-Boy is 1. It's 88 for 3 now after 8. So 2 overs to go. They have 12 legal deliveries. Can they really tighten up here now and keep them maybe under 100 if possible, or as close to 100 as is possible? You don't want them getting 10, 12 and over here in these last 2. But if you could keep it under, I would say if you could keep it under 8, you would have done very well in these last 2 overs.
Well, he certainly pulled it back quite significantly.
This is Joseph. So Joseph, who picked up the 2 wickets in the over.
Come on, left, come around here.
His first over.
It's a key over there. Wickets falling at 74 for 2, then 75 for 3.
He's with Baird, and Baird again stepping across his stumps early, trying to see if he could get close to the ball and maybe whip it through the onside. But there's a deep mid wicket and a long one, so probably has to go straight over the bowler's head, and that's exactly where he's going, and that's exactly where he's going to get a boundary. Because the shot before, you could see him kind of go across the line, but if he looks at the field, you'll see that there is cover angled towards that side, so he has to go straight. That's where the gap is.
That's similar to what we saw from him in the previous over. He was hitting back that ball straight towards the other end of the ground.
So now Lendor has assumed a position. Well, he's behind the bowler. So he's like a mid one, but straight. Down the wicket he goes, and away it goes. That's an almighty hit. And I was waiting for the bang, but apparently didn't hit any of the roofs nearby here. Thank goodness. He's such a strong man.
Had no care in the world there, just completely demolished that ball. Was crying all its way towards the boundary.
That brings up the 100. Now this is what I was saying. This is where you have to be careful. You don't want it to get too much beyond the 100. And when they started this over, it was 88. So they've already had 13 in this over already. I was catering for 8, maybe 9. So they're already ahead of the game here now. And they still have a couple balls. In fact, they still have half the over to go. And that's another one that is hammered, but just a single. And to be advised to get rid of the ball. Don't dwell on the ball. So now Atiba Alert, who's been a relative spectator since he arrived at the crease, just 3 balls faced, and he has just the 1 run to show for it. I'm sure Joseph wouldn't mind bowling to Alert. He hasn't got started yet, and he's bowled him. Just as I suspected, this would have been a better matchup for him. Alert swinging wildly, and is bowled for 1.
You know, 2 in there, just driving that in quickly into the surface and getting it to go straight on and demolish those stumps. Tiger Alert just managing 1.
In a strange way, that dismissal might actually work out better for the Felicity youths, because I don't think Atiba Alert was really making the kind of contact that his promotion up the order warranted. Now it's going to be interesting to see if the wicketkeeper Bash, Fazil Bash, can put something together here with Baird.
Come around, 1 ball there.
And he's again a pretty good over when you consider all that is said and done. At the end of it, it remains, well, it's 100 for 4 at the end of over number 9. So 1 to go. So 1 over left in this encounter. 25 to Beard. 25 of just 10 deliveries. So he is doing his bit. Can he face all 6 deliveries in this over? If he does that, well, that could be real problems. So now, who is going to bowl this final over? Who does he trust? So this is Sinclair. Aaron Sinclair is coming back into the attack, the big fella. So, an interesting choice here, but I suppose he didn't have much of a choice. He had to bring him back at some point, and he has opted to hold him until the end. So let's see if it pays off. Exactly 100 for 4. Can they keep this down to maybe 10 in this over? But again, the way that Baird has been swinging the bat, if he connects at all, they could get 10 and more in a hurry. But from around the wicket, and this one is just scooped up in the air and he's gone. A simple catch indeed. So a wise decision, a good decision in the end, because he picked up the wicket and more importantly he got rid of the dangerous Baird. And so he has to go for 25.
Really, you did mention that Alert might have come a bit too early, and you wonder if that has lasting impacts on this innings. Baird surely looked like he should have come ahead of Alert, and you wonder if even with that wicket of Alert that could have just played on his mind a bit.
Well, in this final over, I suppose he had to go if he saw anything at all that was short. It was a short delivery, but it had some bounce. It kind of rushed him. And Roshan Parag.
Well, I saw R. Parag and I was confused for a bit. Thought we were in India. A good delivery there, back of a length, just tempting him to go for that crossbar shot, but wasn't able to take full toll of it.
So this is the final over. 5 legal deliveries left. Already with a wicket, Sinclair. 1 for 5. In his second and final over. And big hee-ho outside the off-stump there. No real foot movement. And nothing going to watch the ball. Everything is going down the wicket or to the onside. And hoping to catch up with the delivery that is starting wide and going even wider. So the bowler just adjusting the field. Now I don't know why you would adjust the field this way when he should be bowling outside the off-stump. And it's a good stop by the wicket-keeper. For a moment there, that looked like it had 4 byes all over it. And he almost gave them a second run because the batsmen are just teasing the fielding team, trying to see if they could get them to throw at the stumps so that they could probably pinch an overthrow or 2. Didn't work on that occasion, but that was a fine stop by the wicketkeeper, who continues to do well behind the stumps, Ranjatan. So that's some big stops to make, couple big saves. Really putting in a big shift, as they say, for his team.
Great over so far. Good spell from Aaron Sinclair. His first over quite economical, and now started off with that wicket and keeping things tight so far when Sital Felicity are looking to accelerate even more.
Well, certainly, the almost like anticlimactic here because they haven't been able to really get the ball off the square, literally. So can he finish up strong now? And that is going to be a wide signal by the umpire. Or is it a no ball? It's a no ball because of the height. So again, the grip, they're having difficulty gripping the ball, it seems.
See, they might be having trouble getting it off the square. It's a bit more difficult to even make out the square at night given how green it is.
So he's probably held it too long in his hand. That's why he ponged it in like that.
Trying a bit too much, trying a bit too hard.
Trying to grip it. And here they go again. So even though he didn't get a wicket, he's done very well in this over so far.
Well, he did get a wicket.
Well, he did get the wicket, but he's not getting any additional wickets. But he's not leaking runs.
Well, it's never really about wickets at this stage. It is more about the run restriction. So far, hasn't done much wrong, if anything.
Stay away from the pads. And this one is hit, but this should just be a single. They're going back for a second run, and they will get it too. Just taking the bowler away from the stumps, but he couldn't haul it in. And the batsman will quickly back for 2 runs.
He must go for that extra run at this stage. No reason trying to restrict yourself to 1 when you know you can push for 2.
So just the 1 legal delivery left. 105 on the board now. 105 for 5. This is one of those you run for everything here. From the time the bowler releases the ball, you're on the move. And this one is spooned up in the air. There's a man trying to get there, but he's just chasing to recover the ball as quickly as possible. That's gone for 6. What a way to end the over and to end the innings as well. And in a way, it kind of spoiled a brilliant over from Sinclair. And so they eventually got to 111 for 5.
Well, good score in the end by Sital Felicity Youngsters Sports Club. 111 odd for 5. We'll just confirm that with you shortly, but it's also keen to point out that after 6 overs they were going guns blazing at 71 for 1. So Moses Lendo Cricket Academy really were able to pull it back quite effectively from then on.
So they'll need 112 in their 10 overs. Moses Lendo Cricket Academy, they're up next. We'll get to their reply when we come back.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
damn more.
I say home is where the heart is.
Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is.
Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home. Home is where the heart is. I say home is where the heart is.
Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. This way.
Can I get you anything today?
Do you have tamarind ball?
Sure.
Thank you. Hey, try one.
Enjoy licking damn more.
I say home is where the heart is.
Everyone have a place that they're attached to. They beat to your heart is like a patch through. No matter how you circumnavigate around the globe, you always feel like running back to.
They say home is where the heart is. So welcome home. Welcome home.
Let's go. Keep up. Come on, come on. Alright. Oh, there's our
Home is where the heart is. I
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back as we get ready for the final innings of today, which would be like the penultimate day of the Caribbean Airlines Village T10 Festival. As we look at the Moses Lendo Cricket Academy as they chase 112 for victory in their 10 overs. That's after Seattle Felicity Young Stars mustered 111 for 5 after they won the toss and opted to bat first. So that we said was a departure from the norm. It's normally the team chasing that would get the victory. Most of the teams that won the toss opted to field first and then chase later on. But it's going to be Roshan Parag. And here we're bowling first up to Imzan Ramjatan.
Get to see what lies in store as the lights have now taken full effect.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you're playing out in the middle like that, your eyes kind of you adjust to the light. So it doesn't look as bad. And the first ball is played away nicely, and immediately they're off and running. And you could see there is intent here. There's no tomorrow, as they say, unless you could get the runs. So I wouldn't be surprised if they give this a real go here and try to knock these runs off if it takes all 60 balls to do so. And Lendo is also showing his intent very early on indeed. Even though he didn't make contact, you could see this total is very much on their minds, and they want to get to it, but you can't get to it in one ball, so you have to be smart about it and just chip away at it. This one is hit in the air and it's going to drop safely. And for a moment they contemplated a second run.
Of course, the first over we saw in the first innings didn't go for all that much, so you need to keep that at the back of your mind when chasing. Understand that you can have a few big overs and then get the run rate back under control, but see the Seattle team gave themselves a chance to get in up front, so they want to do the same for themselves.
There were only 5 runs came off of the first over, but then they exploded for 26 by the end of the second. And a similar thing could happen here unless Lendo connects with one of these from Parag. And this one squirts down behind square. There's nobody down there. And there's a long chase for the man from deep mid-wicket, but he can't get across. And that's 4 runs. First boundary of the innings.
Well, just dropping a bit shorter on that occasion, and Moses Lendo didn't want to let the first over go by without getting some boundaries flowing.
Atiba Alert was the man at that kind of forward square leg position, had a long run, all in vain though.
There's a bit of byplay going on with Atiba Alert earlier. He would certainly be in on the action in the field now.
I was doing some repairs to the bat, so I think we're good. And here he is again. Good carry. The ball taken off there. Lendo fishing at it outside the off stump. makes no contact. The end of the over, 7 without loss. So let's see how this second over, the second over in the first inning was a big one. 21 runs garnered in that over. Can they do a similar thing here?
Rashad Muhammad into the attack now from the southern end. We've already taken figures of 2 for 19 this tournament this season. Into the attack early, would want to have his say.
Driven brilliantly, and great stop. I think everybody was looking to see if it would go past him, but couldn't get it through. Rashad. Again, a quick delivery that just... It's still amazing the amount of bunks even the spinners are getting up at that top end in particular.
Seems they understand how to use the pitch from this end as well. The off spinners in particular really utilizing that vicious angle inwards as well as the bounce.
So a little bit of byplay there. Thought Lendo moved, or rather the batsman moved, and Ramjatan, the bowler, checked. This one is flicked away. It's in the air, but it's going close to the boundary, and it's going to bounce once, twice, but it doesn't get there. And they're going to go back for a second. No, they won't, because that's a good throw. Picking it up, although it didn't get into the boundary, he got to it quickly, and then he released it quickly, and more importantly, he got it right alongside the stumps. This one is struck, it's up in the air, 2 fielders trying to get there, can't get there, and again, holding out the hand, and not able to hold that one in there, Ramlanan.
He's always going to present difficulty at this venue, taking those catches in the night because of the lower angle of the lights compared to what you see at, say, Brian Lara Cricket Academy or Queen's Park Oval. Much higher lights there.
And he's going right across this one. Strong appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Probably just beaten leg. But again, living dangerously. Ramjatan seems a little bit winded as well, because he's probably running a lot more than he bargained for. It's not a bad over so far from Ramjatan, from Mohammed rather. Can he keep it going? Short ball, pulled away nicely, and that is going to race across the turf for 4 runs. Pace on and short, and then Lendo didn't need a second invite. Picked it up nicely and deposited over mid-wicket for 4 runs. So that ends the over. 18 without loss now after 2.
Well judged shot there from Moses Lendo. A bit too short to finish out that over from Arshad Muhammad, and was well on top of that shot.
So this is kind of where the rubber meets the road here now. Atiba Alert is getting ready to come into the attack. Now, he's the type of bowler that could probably get you a wicket or 2, but he's also the type of bowler that could leak a lot of runs. And that's the, I suppose, the history of Atiba Alert.
Well, he hasn't picked up any wickets so far in this edition of the Caribbean Airlines Village T10. Would want to change that, no doubt. No wickets as yet in this chase by Moses Lendo Cricket Academy. Just going at a bit under that run rate, but required rate hasn't gone up significantly.
So, two teams just kind of eyeballing each other here. 26 without loss after 2, 18 without loss after 2. Atiba Alert trying to get his field placings right, but he has to be very spot on here because these two look like they're in the mood for some big runs. And that one is swung away. It's going high in the air. The man at long on is trying to get there, but he can't get it. It goes for 6. So for a moment there, it looked as if Glasgow had a chance until it just kept going over the fence. It goes just behind the big fella. And first ball, 6. Atiba Alert under the pump from the go.
Well, he's certainly greeting Atiba Alert quite welcomingly. Zan Ramjatan.
And again, but this time he just skies a simple catch, and he has to go. So Atiba Alert gets his man, he gets his revenge. And unfortunately there for Ramjatan, he just kind of cuffed that one and presented a simple catch at mid-wicket. So he has to go, and that is the breakthrough that they would have been craving here. Atiba Alert gets Ramjatan for 13.
Started off looking comfortable with these two. Didn't start off in a freakishly quick manner, but gave themselves the ability to build a platform for this innings. But that first wicket having fallen now, Moses Lendo, main man, is still out there. Be joined by Jaden Joseph now.
Lectures. Stonks. Center. Stonks.
Yeah, Joseph has had a good game with the ball. Can he cap it off now with a fine all-round performance, getting some runs with the bat to help his team here? Alert on target. Not trying to bowl too fast, which is a good thing. He's bowling within himself, but he's trying to get his lines and his lengths right. He just overpitched the first ball and got deposited over long on. He's kind of pulled things back since then. And again, not a bad line. Just touching down just on about the off stump or just outside, and forcing the batsman to have to play a shot, even if it's not an aggressive shot. So now Lendor, can he get things moving again? Has a 6 and a wicket in this over so far. And this one is slapped away nicely, but there is protection. So Lendor showing that he's quite capable with the bat.
Gives back the strike to Joseph now. T-ball with good continuation of his over after that 6.
He's pulled things back quite nicely. There's bowling just short of a good length and making life very difficult indeed. I think he'd be happy with that first over, and at the end of it, it's 26 for 1 now after 3. And again, these two teams not too far apart, just a 1 wicket, the big difference. After 3, they were 31 without loss. And they're 26 for 1. So it's really about staying in touch, not allowing the game to get away from you early. Totaram Rampasad.
Randy! In front, in front! Take it, front, yo, stop!
He's going to try now to see if he can't take another wicket or 2 just to put even more pressure on the batting team. That's the name of the game right now, to build pressure. And the best way to do that is to take wickets. But even if he doesn't take wickets, he cannot be leaking runs. That's not the plan here. It's to try to choke the batting lineup as long as possible, force them to try to force the issue.
Seems to be someone causing a bit of concern. The message being delivered to a fielder, I thought.
Well, I'm not quite sure why. The man is off the field. So, short ball that you could see Lendor is really trying to take full advantage, but the ball again rushes on to him. No spin. If anything, it's coming on the angle with the arm.
No, haven't we seen that before today?
Yeah, it's like it's almost as if the wicket is devoid of spin, because hardly anybody is getting the ball to spin. As one is swung away nicely, this could go into the gap, and a nice bit of football there. And I'm sure the bowler is going to relish that. That looked like it had the potential to get to the boundary, but a little bit of football action there from Glasgow.
Roshan, you come!
29 for 1 now. And a generous flight there on the part of Totaram.
Right here!
And a good fielding again, good anticipation out in the deep. Attacking the ball. And making sure that when you get the ball that you release the ball quickly. Especially from in the deep.
No!
Trying to just guide that through that third man region, but two fielders quickly converge.
I think Lendo thought that there might have been a run there. In fact, there might have been a run, but Joseph wasn't too keen on it. And just losing his shape here. Trying to muscle the ball right now, and I think he probably just needs to kind of get back in the groove here and allow the game to come to him. Don't go searching for the game. But when he tries to apply power, you could see his whole technique. It kind of, he collapses. That's a good shot. That's even better. Look at how long he held his shape here. Even though he might only get a couple, it's good enough. So a decent first over from Totoram. At the end of it, it's 33 for 1. So 4 overs completed, 33 for 1. And this is where the disparity started to kick in, because after 4, the Felicity Youths had raced on to 52 without loss. And that's when the pair of Ramanan and Bryce were going at a rate of knots. So can they find somebody to stitch together a good partnership here now? Somebody to stay with Lendor, or even if Lendor departs, everybody who comes to bat now must be thinking a quick 20, a quick 30, could do the trick. If you get 4 or 5 of those, you're in business.
As you can see, the required rate going above 13 now, started around 11.
There's Alert again. Good delivery coming back into the right-hander. Lendor choked.
Lendo certainly hasn't been caught with a lack of intent, but hasn't quite been able to execute on that every delivery.
And this time it's called a wide. Alert. Probably his quickest delivery this evening, but badly lined.
Well, Alert was alerted by the umpire there.
And again, you could see him trying to bring that ball into the right-hander, and really choking him for swinging room. Lendo gets 1, but that's not what the doctor ordered right now. They need a couple boundaries, and they need them badly. Nothing there. So Alert putting in a good shift here for his team. Remember, he got hit for 6 of the very first ball, but since that time, he has conceded just another 4 runs.
Well, not much more you could ask of him for a comeback given where that first delivery went.
Joseph, that's a great shot. That's gone. From the moment it left the bat, you knew that it was going sailing away. Nice catch off the field, and picked up nicely with Atiba Alert angling the ball into the right-hander. Joseph just helped it on its way over square leg. 6 good-looking runs, much needed too.
You see, nice catch off the field, but he got that one on the half volley. True power there from Jaden Joseph, was hiding it all before.
And this time he's cutting, and again more runs down to third man. And they'll be back comfortably for a second run. So Alert all of a sudden started leaking runs. He was very economical up until 2 deliveries ago. And now after just conceding 10 runs. Quickly now goes up to 18. 1 for 18. He still has one delivery left. This one again is flicked away. There's a man out there, and he takes the catch right down his throat. And this time, Joseph flicking it. He didn't really hit it. He just tried to flick it, help it on its way, but he got so much elevation and not the distance that he required. And that is the end of Joseph for 14. It's 43 now for 2.
In the end, Atiba Alert 2 for 18. Brilliant figures given the score that is being defended here. 2 vital wickets. The only 2 wickets so far. Moses Lendo still out there though. Big task at hand for him and the rest of his teammates who follow. That one went up. Couldn't get enough to take it over the boundary line though. Just took a bit of pace off of it Alert and was completely done in by that. 5 overs gone. It's 43 for 2. New batsman Edie Ramsaran. He joins Moses Lendo out there. It was tomorrow. Final day of this Caribbean Airlines Village T10 cricket gets underway around 2 p.m. The first match. 2 semi-finals followed by the big final. Big day. And also Mother's Day, so Caribbean Airlines encourages you to bring out the entire family to celebrate. You could win prizes, hampers, airline tickets and more, so you join us tomorrow.
So Adi Ramsaran makes his way out into the middle. Lendo, who's on 14, is going to have to try to carry the load here. 69 runs from 30 balls. The task is not an easy one. But again, a couple big overs and that could all change in a hurry. And struck again all along the ground.
Also key to look at Totaram Rampersad. 7 runs coming from his first over previously. Kept things at this end tight in between overs from Alert where he was able to strike on either side. So good going from Rampersad and continuing to keep things tight.
It's so important that he understands his role here. Ramsaran gets a short ball that he's trying to take advantage of, probably not getting the ideal connection that he needs. He needs to really hit that in the gap where possible. It's almost no margin for error now because they need runs and they need it the worst way. Another short ball hit in the air, but again, just a single. I know Tottenham seem to be having some problems gripping the ball, but he's pulling down almost every delivery. And that one is hit. That could be out. Just bouncing in front of Glasgow. And he's trying to bowl it in. So they've taken the run on his return. And he must recognize that it might just be a question of a shoulder. He might have thrown out his shoulder. I can't throw the ball. But has to bowl it in. And the batsman quite rightly took advantage. Down the wicket he comes again. And Atiba, Alert and company down there. They're going back for the second run. No, they won't get it. And that's good cricket. Good out cricket again. Limiting them to just the 1 run. So the fielding team has to be, as they say, on their P's and Q's right now.
Yeah, one thing I noticed in this game compared to the previous ones is with those runs on the board, definitely they've kept the fielders a bit less close in.
And another one swung away. That's gone. And that's a good shot again. And Lendor really fighting a lone battle here to some degree, but he's still soldiering on. 6 runs. Got a short ball from Totaram. Took full advantage.
Tremendous there from Moses Lendo. His first 6 of the innings to go along with his 2 fours so far. Tremendously difficult given that he's lost those 2 wickets, but he's definitely looking up for the task. 6 overs now gone, 55 for 2.
And after 6 overs, they were 72 for 1. So they have some work to do here. Glasgow, it looks like, who's going to pick up the attack from that top end. So Kendall Glasgow comes into the attack as well. And even though things are in their favor, all it takes is one big over. So every bowler who comes on fresh or new has to be on their A game, because with batsmen swinging for the fences, you cannot be the weak link in this bowling attack. I think that's probably what the message is. And a very short run up, no long run for him. I don't know if he's trying to conserve energy, but it's a very short run up. He has a run up more like a spinner, although he's shaping as if he wants to bowl medium pace. Short ball into the wicket. And they're going back for a second run. They'll get it too. Once you dwell on the ball out in the distance, the batsmen are anxious to come back for 2 runs, and they've gotten that one quite convincingly too. 55 from 23.
There's no need for you to dwell on the ball in the deep. There's no real advantage to doing that.
So Glasgow has to be careful here. Another short ball, but a wide. And, I know players practice this a lot. They tend to put the ball into the wicket and allow the wicket to kind of dictate what happens. Some might squirt, some might jump. He is again going after one, and a lifter.
Really quite some interesting bowling. Very short run up, as you see, and going for halfway down the wicket most of the time.
And this one squirts away, but that too could run down to the 3rd man boundary. That's 4 runs. He came down the wicket through the batter. It got the very toe of the bat, but again got it over the inner ring, and then the pace of the outfield did the rest. So what does Glasgow come up with now? Remember, he bowled a short ball already, the one bouncer. Can he go back to that, or just get it up to chest height? Can't bowl a low, slow short ball. It has to get height. That's the trick in bowling short. Must be over chest high. It can't go over his head though. This one is hit up in the air, but it's gonna go. Did he take the catch? Yes, he did. Big catch taken out in the deep there, and it's that man Mohammed, Ashad Mohammed, running in and taking a good catch out in the deep, coming in from long off, and held on to it quite nicely.
Well, just a variation of slow, short deliveries right throughout that over from Kendall Glasgow, and reward in the end. Moses Lendo still out there, of course, watching his partners come and go. But just couldn't get enough on that delivery after it was bowled. It was batsman just cross-batted shots and never quite looked in control of it.
Yeah, well, a fine catch. Very good catch. Well judged.
Of course, that short run-up, slowish short balls from Glasgow, which we see, of course, it looks a bit strange, but the batsmen aren't really expecting that sort of bowling. It can work to your advantage as a bowler.
So Matthew Constantine makes his way to the middle. Everybody has to put his hand up here to try to help his team as much as possible. Lendo, he knows he's going to have to do the heavy lifting, but he cannot do it by himself. He's going to need just one or two batsmen to come and just stick around for a while, but not just stick around, but to get some runs at the other end as well. So every time they come and strike, you have to do one of two things: either get a single to get off strike, or hit a boundary. Not going to be easy. So Constantine it is. And having a big go outside the off stump there, and really this is good bowling because he's kept everything to the offside. He hasn't gone leg side.
I'd say one of the first times we've seen the fine leg missing that doesn't seem to be too big of a concern. Consistently on a length which is back of it and consistently wide enough but not too wide. Great bowling from Glasgow, especially in this shortened format, 62 for 3.
So Glasgow has 1 for 7, Alert has 2 for 18. So those are the 2 wicket takers so far in this innings. Alert has bowled out his 2 overs, but Glasgow has 1 over left, and it looks like it's going to be Mohammed, the man who took that fine catch a short while ago. So he might be rewarded with another over, or is it? Big discussion taking place there. Bowler, the captain. And yes, it's going to be Mohammed. Ashad Mohammed back into the attack. So his first over went for 10. I think if they can muster that or less, I think Bowler would be happy. But he would be even happier if he could remove this man, Moses Lendo, who's 22 from 15. So some of the strike has been taken away from him as of late. Hasn't been able to get the momentum going. This one is up in the air and it's going to fall safely. And they're going back for a second run. This good running again.
Well, it's been hugely advantageous to have Lendo off strike for so many of the deliveries. Don't know if that's part of the plan from the bowlers to try to keep him off strike as much as they can, or if it's just a byproduct of them going through their regular processes.
Again, he's bowled, trying to go right across this one. What an inspired bowling change this is from bowler. He debated a long while and gave specific instructions to Mohammed, and look at how he's repaid with the prize wicket that of Lendo, and that is, as they say, 64 now for 4.
Certainly got that one to tune in just a bit, and of course we know of that bounce from this end which you get, especially as an off spinner. So many bold dismissals we've seen today, especially from that end. Arshad Mohammed with his first wicket, and Moses Lendo, unfortunately for his cricket academy, has to go after batting so well for just over 7 overs. Sean Joseph and Matthew Constantine still pretty much two fresh batsmen at the crease.
48 from 16 now. That's the big ask for them.
Required rate up to 18. Just as we were speaking about Lendo being off strike and not being in full rhythm or getting to push his innings along, well, end result is his dismissal.
So Sean Joseph taps away there, looks very eager to get on with things. And this one is in the air, but it's going to fall safely again. And, there are like no half measures here. Guys are swinging for the fences. They know they need a big over or two, and they need them in a hurry. This is the 8th over, so go, no go, and he's gotten another one. He's bowled him down again. Similar delivery. If anything, this one was closer to the off stump, and swinging and missing. And that, as they say, is that.
Okay, this looked just a bit fuller and certainly a bit closer to the off stump, and same result in the end though. Matthew Constantine trying to go for a huge one, and it's a duck for him. 65 for 5.
And the thing about it is that, you know, the batsmen, they have their discussions, they talk about what the plan is, how to approach things, and then they just, you know, let's just say head in the air, just have a swing. And it's not going to get it done. So Sinclair is the new batsman.
The only time you're going to want your head in the air is with Caribbean Airlines. Aaron Sinclair joining Sean Joseph.
So it's becoming a real Herculean task. It's already tough. 111, 112 was always going to be a big ask. But when you don't get run production from so many of your frontline batters, it makes life doubly difficult. And now you're going to ask the lesser batsmen to do what the more seasoned batters couldn't.
Of course, we saw Sital Felicity Youngstars opting to bat first and doing a good job at batting first, whereas we didn't see that earlier in the day. That proven to be the right decision, the way that things are looking at this moment.
46 from 13. That's a big ask. More importantly, this man has already picked up 2 wickets, looking for a third, and he's not going to get it there. And, all kind of gesticulation, attempts at a second run, not on. 67 for 5 after 8. And Dylan, just to give you a comparison, after 8, the Felicity Youths were 88 for 3 at the same stage. So a big difference. Now they're going for their power play.
That was also after that they were going through their own slowdown through the innings as well. So that power play over, as you say, getting taken. Roshan Parag, who opened, back into the attack now.
7 off his first over. Not a bad effort. How he would love to repeat that here and maybe add a wicket or two. And life would be peachy. Well, but this has also been a very professional job by the Felicity youths. But their bowling, that was always going to be a big question for them. Can they bowl within themselves? This one spoons up in the air, but that's going to run down to the third man boundary for 4. And like I said, when you pay that much for a bat, you might as well use the edges too. It doesn't say off the edge in the scorebook. All it says is 4 runs. Yes. The thicker the edge, the more you can use it. They say use the whole bat. There he goes again, 4 more. So all of a sudden, things are starting to happen here now. Is this the big over that they were craving all along?
Sean Joseph certainly feels confident in himself, aiming it towards the 10th where many of his teammates would be situated.
So they drop back the third man now to there. They have a long off on the boundary, long on. The mid wicket has come in to the edge of the circle. There's a deep square leg and a short fine leg. And this time he's going down to square leg. There's a man out there. And a bit of a bubble. And they're going to go back for the second run. And they have to hurry to get back for that second run. Sinclair is not the quickest of movers. But he was down to board there, as they say. And he made it standing up. And this one goes right through him. How did that miss the stump is a mystery. But it clearly just jumped over the bail and eluded the keeper as well. They got a bye in the end.
Certainly reared up a bit in the end.
So a little bit an effort ball there from Parag. Doesn't like the fact that he leaked 2 boundaries in the over already. And here he goes again. How does he miss the stump? He can't believe it. It just seemed like the ball is not supposed to hit the bail on the way through. But he passed so close to the bails there. Just jumped over the bail. And let's see how he finishes up here now. And, that's well played. That's beautifully played for 4 more. Well, well, well. What a classic on drive that was. Again, there's a man down there, but look at him. He just looked at it, never bothered. Glasgow never bothered to move towards the ball. 82 for 5 now after 9.
15 coming from that over, and even with those 15 runs, run rate has still gone up. Be 30 required from this final over.
Well, do you believe in miracles? Let's see.
We'll just have to wait and see. So you've passed on the question to me twice so far, but as a betting man, who is your money on for this match?
Well, it is very difficult for the Moses Lendo Academy from this position, specifically for the fact that they've lost this many wickets and none of their quote-unquote frontline batsmen are there to take charge of the situation. You really need somebody who could consistently hit the ball out of the ground, and that's what you need at this time.
I think when you come up with someone the skill of Glasgow, we saw it his first over, it's going to be extra difficult. Bowled supremely to his field plan.
So this is going to be an interesting turn of events here. Well, Glasgow had one set. Now, who is the last ball of the last over? Was it St. Clair who produced that splendid on drive?
Certainly was.
But so he's now at the non-strikers end. So it's going to be Constantine. It's Joseph rather who's going to have to carry the load now. But Joseph did play two stylish back cuts to third man. And here he is reaching for one and gets it over the head of the man at that backward point position. A wideish third man, 4 runs.
I think the last thing that fielder would have wanted was to go and fetch it down in the bamboo patch here, the last over in the darkness. Made sure that even though it went over the boundary line, he was able to keep it from rolling down the hill. 4 to open out the over. Still in with a chance.
26 from 5. That's the equation here. Now, the good thing for the academy is that he's not going to bowl a half volley. Everything is going to be short. And but he, again, it's like he sold himself here. He ran down the wicket. And so all Glasgow had to do was bowl a regular length delivery.
Now all he has to do is ensure he doesn't bowl any extras.
Yep. Don't give away any byes or any wides. And here's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. He's gone. A good catch again. And that is the end there of Joseph for 16. What a fine catch. Look at the movement on that ball as it hit the inside edge and just kept going down the leg side. But a good diving effort there from the man to take that particular catch. And that is the end of that.
Soft dismissal here, just
so Bash did very well.
didn't know exactly what he was trying to do with that delivery there. The batsman showing Joseph that he was trying to retract the bat, tried to tickle it down. In the end, just helping it through to the keeper, Nigel Cleaver, the new batsman at the crease.
Good banter.
It's just about having some fun now for these two out here. Try to hit it as big as they can.
Well, like I told you, you're playing with house money here now. You could swing for the fences. Nobody will quarrel with you here if you could swing and connect. Just to add some intrigue here. And that's the difficulty here, the height. I'm not sure if Cleaver is accustomed playing at deliveries that height.
Especially at that pace. You don't usually associate that pace and height.
Here he goes again. He's going to have to run. And he's out, run out. You know what's amazing about that? He faced 2 deliveries, didn't hit any of them, and got run out, attempting a bye.
Well, it's better than facing no deliveries and getting run out.
He had 2, well, he didn't even swing at them. He just kind of tried to fetch them. And
See, he's almost heading back to the wrong area when coming off the field there.
who is the other batsman? Must have another batsman coming out. They have another delivery left.
Get that stopwatch going.
Yep, Cleaver may want to go back and bat a second time. And so he has to wait now until his teammate. So the umpire is concerned as to the fact that nobody was padded up. And now probably it's a big race against time here to get somebody out in the middle. The fielding team is, you can see the umpire tapping on the watch here to tell them time is running and that somebody has to come out to bat. It's just one ball that he has to face, and in fact he won't even get to face the ball because unless it's a wide or something, this is the last ball. So if this is a legal delivery, then he won't get to face a ball. Samir Khan. So he has just the one ball to basically to run for. So it's going to be Sinclair to face the final delivery, possibly the final delivery of the innings and the match. Has a big swing and a miss. And that ends the contest. So a tough outing for them in the sense that they couldn't limit them to under 100 runs. They got to 111 in the end. And then in reply, the Moses Lendo Academy, the Cricket Academy, needing 112 for a victory. They certainly tried their best, but they couldn't get over the line when it really mattered for them. And in the end, they got to 86 for 7. And it turned out to be a big victory for the Felicity Young Stars. Ramjat made 13, 24 to Lendor, 14 to Jaden Joseph, 10 to Adi Ramsaran. Constantine made a duck. Sean Joseph made 16. Aaron St. Clair was 5 not out. Couldn't really duplicate that splendid on drive that he made. Nigel Cleaver made a duck, and Samir Khan was not out at the end. So 86 for 7 at the end. A fantastic victory. So what a good result for them. 25-run victory. So splendid performance from them in the end. It's a good all-round performance from the Sital Felicity youngsters. They won by 25 runs. And no doubt will be entering the final day brimming with confidence as they look to try and lift the title. But we'll have that for you tomorrow evening. Remember, we start at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, so you could join us for that. Should be another interesting afternoon into evening of cricket action here in the Caribbean Airlines Village T10 Festival here at the National Cricket Center in Balmain, Couva. I'm Ruskin Mark. Thank you so much, and we look forward to your company. Come tomorrow.